Chapter 7 of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Chapter 7. Brutality and Torture, Part 2. A doctor and his wife tortured. On June 3rd, at 4 in the morning, there was a ring at the door of the flat. A number of men shouted, "Police, open the door." My wife replied, "Please come in the morning. I don't open the door at night." Then there were heavy blows against the door. It was broken in, and 5 men in storm troop uniform, without police badges, forced their way into the flat, holding revolvers out at us. I asked what they wanted, and they replied with a shower of blows with their fists and rubber truncheons. "Hold your mouth. Who asked you to speak?" They ordered, "Hands up." Some of them seized my throat and pressed me against the wall. "It's all up with you Jews, you Bolshevik rabble." When I tried to say something, they struck me again. They searched the flat, smashed in the drawers of my desk, filled a trunk with books, manuscripts, and letters, and ordered me to get out of it. My wife, who did not want to leave me in the hands of these bandits, came with me, although she was told not to. They kicked me down the steps. When my wife protested against their treating a sick man like that, she was cursed and pushed off the seat of the car. "You impudent sow, keep quiet or you'll get it too." The car pulled up at a house, in front of which there was a group of storm troop and protective corpsmen. As soon as we got out of the car, we were driven along with rubber truncheons and dog whips, and up the stairs to the 4th floor. I was hardly able to climb up, as I had influenza and my heart was weak, so they beat me furiously until I reached the top. I was pushed into a corridor, and my wife and I were made to run the gauntlet through Nazis, who struck at us as we passed. I was then taken to a separate room. I stated that there must be some mistake and asked to be allowed to clear it up. The prisoner, who had worked at a Berlin hospital for 7 years and had since been chief doctor in a section of the municipal hospital in Neukölln, learnt in the course of a long interrogation that the absurd charge was made against him that he was the head of the communist propaganda activities in the Reich. When he protested his innocence, he was beaten. He continues his report. "They threw themselves on me with bestial fury, using rubber truncheons, leather whips, and steel rods. They hit particularly at my head, jumping up on tables and chairs and hitting mercilessly at me from above my head. My face was streaming with blood. My cries for help soon stopped. A few blows with an iron rod, and I doubled up and fell unconscious." The victim further reports that he was soon in a condition in which he might die at any moment, and the Nazis felt compelled to summon medical aid. He was able, however, to keep track of what was happening, and his account includes the following. "There were young men sitting in the room. Their faces were pale, and many had bandages around their heads. They were waiting to be interrogated. Now and then Nazis would come into the room and insist on all the prisoners jumping up and greeting them with Heil Hitler. Those who did not obey the order promptly enough were lashed with whips and forced to stand up and sit down again. They had to do this 10 or more times in quick succession. Storm troop men came in and took revolvers and ammunition from the drawers of the desk. The drawers were full of revolvers, and each Nazi selected the one he liked best. Other Nazis came in looking for the list of volunteers for Austria. A man who had sworn at a storm troop man some days before was pulled out of his bed that night and arrested. A woman who had said that a man who had gone over from the Communists to the Nazis was mad was arrested at her flat and brought to the Nazi headquarters. All at once someone shouted, "Peek and Olstein have been arrested and will be brought here." The storm troop men raved with delight and swung their rubber truncheons round them. "Let them come." Someone said that the worker Schulze had come. All the Nazis went out of the room. For a quarter of an hour I heard them raging out in the corridor. Then a short man about 30 years of age was pushed into the room. His right eye was full of blood. In the interrogation, he admitted that he was a member of the Red Aid. He was accused of having been present when a stormtroop man was murdered. He denied this. He said that he had already been arrested on suspicion of this charge and then set free again. He was beaten with dog whips and ordered to answer yes to every question put to him. He was beaten until he answered yes. "Are you a murderer, you scoundrel?" He answered no. He was then beaten harder. His whole face was covered with blood. He wiped his face with his sleeve. "You've admitted it now." He replied, "It was you who compelled me to say it." They beat him again. He was asked how many children he had brought into the world, and with how many women he had slept, and whether all his children were such idiots as he was. Then he was sent into the kitchen to have his head shaved. When he came back, he was pushed in front of a fragile old man, a clergyman from Lichterfelde. The white-haired old gentleman was told to hold out his hand to him and say, "Good day, comrade." The old man held out his hand and said, "I shake your hand. You are a suffering human being." They all laughed. "That's how you greet a murderer?" The old man answered, "And even if he is a man who has been tortured, and you are the embodiment of force, and force is not eternal. You cannot break my convictions with rubber truncheons. You are national, and I am international." This courageous act of the white-haired old man made some of the Nazis look abashed, and when some of them rushed at him, the others held them back. After midnight, I was taken to the interrogation room, where I saw my wife, who was as pale as a ghost. She whispered to me, "I can't bear it any longer. I must throw myself out the window. They are going to say that you are a spy of the Cheka and shoot you. Don't do anything stupid. Pull yourself together." This exchange of words was enough to rouse the Nazi in charge to fury. He was so tired, or drunk, that he could hardly sit up. My wife was led away. My condition grew worse, and I asked for a doctor. I was taken to the room of the officer in charge, and my wife was allowed to give me something to drink. In spite of the victim's critical condition, the stormtroop detachment was determined to force the doctor to confess. The man pulled out his revolver and yelled, "3 bullets, 1 in your forehead, 1 in your mouth, 1 in your stomach, and then it's all over and you'll be thrown on the dung heap." I lay silent and quite still. He raised his fist and struck me in the face. "In a couple of minutes it will be all over with you. I'll hang you from the window. I've hanged people in Kiev like that. Only a few minutes more. When I leave the room it will be too late. Whether you say it or not, you miserable scoundrel. What is the Cheka doing? What is the Ogpu doing? Are you going to talk or not?" I lay still, and he kicked me in the stomach as hard as he could. I lost consciousness. A doctor decoyed into a trap. Although every victim of the Nazis deserves equal mention, we must quote the case of another doctor on account of its special features. The following report is taken from the Saarbrück Arbeiterstimme. On March 17th, there was a regular meeting of the Berlin Medical Association. After the lecture, the chairman, Professor Goldscheider, head of the university clinic, a man 70 years of age, asked his colleagues to remain for a few minutes, as he wanted to show them a particularly interesting case. Then a patient completely swathed in bandages was brought in, and Professor Goldscheider explained, "Gentlemen, this patient is our colleague Dr. Lust. The day before yesterday he received a telephone call in the evening summoning him to a patient in Lichterfelde. When he reached there he was met by stormtroop men and ill-treated in this terrible way." These words caused great indignation at the meeting. The well-known Professor Sauerbruch, a German nationalist, jumped up and declared that he was prepared to take the victim of the Nazis into his clinic. As a result of this experience, something like a panic had spread through Berlin doctors, many of whom fear that when they are called to a patient, they may meet a similar terrible fate. A woman, 46 years old, whipped. During the night of Monday, March 20th, Tuesday, March 21st, the Social Democratic woman counselor Maria Jankowski was attacked in her flat, Bergmannstrasse 18, Köpenick, Berlin. A laundry van pulled up in front of the house. 20 storm-troop men broke in the house door and occupied the stairs. 6 men forced their way into her flat with revolvers ready. Frau Jankowski was taken in the van with 2 communist officials who were already in it to the transport headquarters of the Nazis in Köpenick. In a shed in the courtyard, she was forced to take off her clothes and lie on a wooden bench, which was covered with a black, red, gold flag. 4 men held her down, one pressing her face into a bundle of old rags. For 2 hours this woman, 46 years old, was beaten mercilessly with truncheons, steel rods, and whips. After this torture, Frau Jankowski was put into the street. At about 5 in the morning, some passers-by found her and took her home in a taxi. The doctor certified that her condition was dangerous. 1 kidney had been broken by blows. There was literally not a sound spot left on her body. In the Antonius Hospital in Karlhorst, Frau Jankowski made the following deposition. While I was being beaten, I was told again and again to give the names and addresses of workers. They made me count the colors of the Republic and say foul words instead of black, red, gold. They asked me questions like, have you had any money from the welfare department? Have you housed and fed communists? Have you stolen shoes from unemployed workers? Have you made a list of Nazi shops to be boycotted? Every time I answered no, I was given a new shower of blows. When I cried out, the 5th of my tormentors pressed my face into the rags. After I had had at least 100 blows, I fell off the bench. I was then pulled off the ground and given such a blow in my face that I fell in a corner, damaging my knee. Then, together with the 2 communist workers who were also being tortured, I was forced to sing Deutschland, Deutschland über alles. I was compelled to sign a declaration that I would leave the Social Democratic Party, that I would never take part in politics again, and that I would report every Thursday to the Nazi office. Then I was given different treatment. I was given a glass of water. My clothes were brushed and given back to me. The leader told one of the men to take the lady out. The man held me up when I was about to fall down and shut the door after me with a polite "good evening." My husband reported the facts to the police, but was told that they were powerless. What was it that made these young lads carry out the inhuman cruelties recorded above? This hate was directed against a woman who for years had been in a responsible position, giving relief where it was needed, a woman old enough to be their mother. There is no question of this having been a private act of revenge. The lads not only made the woman strip and beat her, they also demanded names and addresses of Social Democratic Party members. They were acting on instructions from Nazi leaders. The leaders not only hushed up this crime, but when it had become known abroad, started proceedings against her for spreading atrocity stories. Nerve specialist exiled after being beaten. On Tuesday, March 21st, the nerve specialist Dr. Frankel, whose patients are mainly working-class people, was arrested in his flat in Berlin by a large detachment of stormtroop men. He was taken to the Nazi barracks in the General Papestrasse and kept there till Thursday. In these 2 days he was interrogated several times, and on each occasion beaten with steel rods and dog whips. The results of this ill treatment, including damage to an eye by a lash from a whip, were established beyond question when he was released. Dr. Frankel was released on March 23rd after he had signed an undertaking for himself and his wife that they would immediately leave Germany and never return. Dr. Frankel, who was now living abroad, reported as follows on some of the details of his treatment. While I was there, about 15 young workers were brought into the room where I had been put. I can testify that these young workers were most cruelly ill-treated. As a doctor, I am of the opinion that at least 8 of them must have succumbed to the injuries they received, After they had been tied up and lighted cigarettes had been pressed into the soles of their feet, the storm-troop men continued torturing them cruelly for hours. A Dr. Philippsthal of Biesdorf, Berlin, was brought in at the same time as I was. He was seriously wounded. I am very doubtful whether he got through alive. Editorial note: on March 23rd, Dr. Philippsthal was taken to the Urbank Hospital, where he did in fact die. Reichsbanner and Social Democrat officials. The dementis issued by the Nazi government always tried to represent the excesses in the Nazi barracks as the arbitrary acts of individuals. We print here a number of reports from Kassel, which make it perfectly clear how closely the brutal acts are connected with the Nazi leadership. The Nazis did not take much trouble to distinguish between trials and torturings, which took place in different rooms of the same house. A deposition made by Hans Quer, a Reichsbanner leader, contains the following. On March 24, 1933, at about 1 o'clock, I was arrested by 4 storm-troop men and 1 civilian and taken to the town hall. They said, "Herr Quer, you must come with us." And then I was taken along, 2 men holding my arms. I was taken down the outside steps, several Nazis who were at the top calling out to the public, "Here comes the Reichsbanner General Quer." I was taken to the public hall. The storm-troop leader who took me is a commercial traveler selling gin. He was formerly employed in the welfare department. He stole some money and was dismissed and sentenced to 4 months' imprisonment. One of the storm-troop men then took my particulars, including what party I belonged to. Then I was informed that I could go. As I went out, 2 Nazis got hold of me and prevented me from going. One of them went in to the man who had taken my particulars. Soon after, he came back and waved his hand, indicating that I was to be taken down to the cellar. There I was met by 10 to 15 storm-troop men who ordered me to take off my hat and coat. Then I was taken into a dark cellar where there was a bench. One of the men went in front with an electric torch. The torch went out. I was forced down onto the bench, and for 10 or 15 minutes was beaten with rubber truncheons in a most brutal and inhuman way. When I fell off the bench half unconscious and begged them not to be so inhuman, they jeered at me and started beating me harder than ever. When I was coming out of the cellar, I did not walk quickly enough for them, and I was told, "You had too little. If you don't hurry up, you'll be brought back in again." Other cases in Kassel. Martin Meyer, aged 30, a municipal official of Botnerstrasse 4, was taken out of the municipal offices where he was working at 12:30 on March 24th by storm-troop men and taken to the public hall in the Karlstrasse. There he was taken into a dark cellar, laid on a bench, and beaten with rubber truncheons for half an hour with 1 short interval. 1 blow hit his nose and another his right eye. Kaschel Seppel, trade union secretary, Schillstrasse 14, Kassel, was taken from the trade union house, along with Gerke, another trade union secretary, by 8 storm-troop men on March 23, 1933 at 5 p.m. They were told they were to be tried at the public hall. They were put into a large hall. They heard cries coming from the rooms below. They waited an hour. They were then taken by 8 men into a dark cellar, laid across a table, and beaten by 6 men with rubber truncheons. They are now still confined to bed and under medical treatment. Their kidneys appear to be injured. Their urine is mixed with blood. Their backs, buttocks, and legs are injured. Ball Heinrich, a shopkeeper of Ludwigstrasse 2, Kassel, was arrested in his shop at about 3 p.m. on March 24, 1933, by 4 storm-troop men and taken to the public hall. He was beaten in the street and threatened that he would be shot if he tried to escape. Maltreated in the public hall, he was made to take down his trousers and beaten for a quarter of an hour with rubber truncheons. Since then, he has been in Kassel Hospital. Christian Wittrock, age 40, manager of the local health insurance department at Kassel, was taken out of his office by 2 storm-troop men on March 24, 1933, He was taken down the outside steps, then through a crowd of people to the public hall in the Karlstrasse. There he was asked particulars about himself, and then the Nazi in charge said, "Wittrock is discharged." He was then taken out as if he was going to be set free, but then taken into a dark cellar, laid on a bench there, and beaten with rubber truncheons. 2 blows on his head, his skin cut on his back, his buttocks, and his legs. His clothes were stained with blood and partly torn, also his shoes. Then he was taken back into the hall and there beaten again. He is now under medical treatment. Even an officer maltreated. In the second week of March, a retired Lieutenant Anhalt, now district surveyor, living at Germaniastrasse 12, Tempelhof, Berlin, was arrested in his flat by 3 stormtroopmen and 1 civilian. He immediately gave the alarm to the police, who arrived at his flat, but refused to interfere. The stormtroopmen took Anhalt to the Hedemannstrasse. There he was first struck by the civilian for having called the police. Then he was taken into a room where there were already 12 or 13 men lying on straw. A stormtroopman, whom they called Oberfahrer, took charge of the lieutenant. There was no mention of the fact that Anhalt was charged with anything. Oberfahrer only knew that he had a former officer in front of him. He began to deliver punishment with 2 accomplices, and did not stop beating Anhalt until blood was streaming from his mouth and nose. Then he lifted up the injured man and showed him to the other prisoners lying groaning on the floor, saying, "See here, this swine is a lieutenant, and in such a fright that he can't stand straight." As Anhalt then stood up, the storm-troop man then kicked him behind his knees, and repeated this till Anhalt fell down. Another beating followed, which, however, did not seem to break the prisoner's spirit to the desired extent. Anhalt endured the blows in silence, and the storm-troop man shouted in fury, "You'll howl, you dog," and hit at Anhalt until he lost consciousness. Then he threw him on the straw by the other prisoners. Otto Gerke arrived at the Trade Union House, Kassel, at 3:30. 3 auxiliary police said, Number 1, "That's one of them." Number 2, "We'll come for him." Number 3, "That's Gerke of the Metalworkers Union." At 4:30, 4 storm-troop men entered the office. "Herr Gerke?" "Yes." "Put on your coat. You must come with us to be interrogated." In reply to my question whether the police president knew of this, I was told yes. 8 storm-troop men took me into the public hall. I was first taken to the guard room, then up into the hall and searched for arms. At about 5:30 I was summoned and taken by 2 storm-troop men down the steps into the cellar, where there were a number of bicycles in the passage. They told me to leave my hat and coat there. I was then taken down 12 steps into a lower cellar. In this cellar I was thrown onto a table. My head and arms were held down, and I was beaten with rubber truncheons for 15 to 20 minutes. I was then pulled up and told to say Heil Hitler, which I could not do. A doctor was summoned immediately, and he certified that I was suffering from loss of blood and nervous collapse. Kassel, March 28, 1933. I certify that I have treated Herr Otto Gerke, Josefstrasse, Kassel, for wounds on both arms, buttocks, legs, and calves. The wounds extend to the region of the kidneys. I have had Herr Gerke under treatment since March 24th. He is unable to carry out his duties and must be confined to bed. Signed. Propaganda film instead of dinner. At 6:30 a.m. on Monday, April 3rd, I was arrested by 2 protective corpsmen. Although my interrogation showed that there was no ground for my arrest, I was taken with 2 other prisoners to an ice cellar, an underground room 15 feet by 6 with no opening for either air or light. On Thursday at about 11:30 p.m. we were brought out of the cellar and put into a schoolroom. On Friday we thought that we were going to be released, but they had evidently only decided to make a spectacle of us. As we were put into a car, we were surrounded by a crowd of fascists who jeered at us. To our surprise, we were taken to a cinema where we were shown a film, Bleeding Germany. It was a film of incitement against France and included the shooting of Schlageter. One of the Nazis present began a speech. He imagined that he could win us over, but the main thing in our minds was that we had no dinner that day. At midnight on Friday, I was again fetched out by 2 stormtroop men and taken to the police station. I was not able to answer their questions to their satisfaction, and the police inspector ordered me to be taken out again. An hour later, 2 protective corpsmen came for me, but they did not take me back to where I had been imprisoned. They drove the car out to a wood and pulled up there. I was pulled out and then thrown to the ground. Then they asked me, "Where are the arms?" I said, "I don't know of any." Then they started to beat me with rubber truncheons. One man holding my face pressed into the sand. After a while they paused and again demanded, "Where are the arms?" I thought of trying to run, as I felt that nothing mattered anymore, but then I noticed that they were getting tired. The man who was holding down my head let go, and then I felt a terrible blow on my head and lost consciousness. When I came to, I crept home. Tagore's experience. In the last week of April, the nephew of the Indian poet Rabindranath Tagore was arrested on suspicion of having plotted to assassinate Hitler. He was afterwards released and gave the following account of his experiences. The room in which I was put was underground, dark and without any air. 22 prisoners were already imprisoned there, all of them members of left parties, mostly communists. Many of them had already been there more than a month and had not yet even been interrogated. From time to time one of them would be summoned and taken out of the cell. We would hear terrible cries, and then our companion would be pushed back into the room. He would show us the traces of what had been done to him. A communist member of the Reichstag showed me the marks of ill usage on his body, saying simply, "Look, this is called national German culture." On the day I was arrested, a young man of the name of Ram was called out and returned with cut and bleeding thighs. The stormtroop men had beaten him with steel rods because he had refused to give false evidence against his comrades. Early on Tuesday morning, a man was thrown into our cell who could hardly stand. His arm was swollen and in a sling, and his face was covered with blood. He was a trade union official of the name of Fuhrer. Stormtroop men had forced their way into the trade union house, and as Fuhrer could not produce the arms which they demanded he should give up, they attacked him, broke his arm, pushed a stick into his side, ripped his cheek open nearly to his eye, knocked him down and kicked him. It was impossible to sleep at night. All the time the place was filled with the cries of the prisoners and the singing and laughter of our tormentors. In the next cell one prisoner was crying out for his mother without cessation. Often the stormtroop men would come into the cells to carry out their brutalities. Documents which not even Goebbels can dispute. Kurt Haas, a film critic who took absolutely no part in politics, was arrested by civilians in his flat on the night of February 28th. He refused to go with the men, who produced no official document apart from stormtroop credentials. Then they threatened that they would shoot him, and they beat him on his bed, tied him up and carried him, severely injured, to a car. Some police stopped the car on the way and rescued Haas. His wounds were bandaged in hospital, and then he was released. Up to this point there was nothing exceptional in this story, but Haas made a complaint to the Minister of the Interior, and what followed gives the case importance. Although the stormtroop men were quite unable to produce any proof that they were acting on behalf of the authorities, they were subsequently fully protected by the ministry. Here is the reply sent by Goering's ministry. Prussian Ministry of the Interior, Stormtroop Connections Department No. 29-33, Berlin, 13 March 1933. To Herr Kurt Haas, Berlin, Wilmersdorf. Your letter, dated 4/3/1933, addressed to the Minister of the Interior, has been passed to me as the appropriate officer to investigate and decide the matter. I have ascertained that the particulars given in your letter are inaccurate and distorted in essential points. The stormtroop was completely in the right and acted with authority to take you into protective arrest. In accordance with the information I have received, after the stormtroop men had produced their credentials, as you yourself admit, they acted as the circumstances required. After putting on your clothes at their request, you yourself are responsible for having made it necessary to break your resistance by force, inasmuch as you suddenly began to shout and bluster, and attacked the stormtroop members, biting one man's thumb so severely that the wound is not yet healed. From the facts in my possession, the degree of force used was not greater than was required to break your resistance. I see no grounds for taking any action against the stormtroop leader and men concerned, but must rather reserve to the injured stormtroop man the right to take proceedings against you. Head of the Stormtroop Connections Department in the Prussian Ministry of the Interior, signed Dr. Hale. This document should be of historical value. It can as little be disputed as the official announcement from Bielefeld. 3rd April 1933. The Social Democratic member of the Reichstag and Town Councillor Schreck was arrested yesterday. At present he is in hospital. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Chapter 8. The Persecution of Jews. Part 1. One of the first acts of the new nationalist government of Thuringia was the dissolution of the Central Union of German citizens of Jewish faith within the territory of the Thuringian state. The following statement was issued by the government in explanation. Quote, "One of the chief objects of the Central Union is to fight anti-Semitism. As there is no anti-Semitism in Germany, the Central Union no longer has any justification for its existence. It is therefore dissolved as from today." End of quote. We are here dealing with questions of fact. Authentic reports and depositions relating to tortures, acts of brutality, and outlawry directed against Jews living in Germany will show clearly enough where the boundary lies between atrocity stories and the appalling reality. It will become evident that although in some particular cases the so-called atrocity stories may have been inexact and exaggerated, yet they have also to some extent understated the actual facts of brutality. For example, there has been a report that a certain Herr Cohn had his hairs pulled out one by one. But it turned out that this Herr Cohn had been out of Germany for some time and had not suffered at all. But on the other hand, that a certain Herr Levy not only had his hair pulled out, but had one of his eyes put out and has been in a hospital for some weeks in danger of death. Mistakes in names and in places where incidents took place have come to light. But for every case reported which on investigation proved to be incorrect or exaggerated, there are 100 cases of torture, murder, and robbery which have not come to light at all, for the reason that the people concerned have been threatened with death if they tell the truth about the crimes which are being committed every day in Hitler's Germany. The reports of actual incidents can stand by themselves without any reference to the problem of the Jewish question. Many attempts, written from various standpoints, have been made to present an analysis of the situation in Germany in regard to the Jews. Here we deal with this wider question very briefly, but it is essential to say something of the inseparable connection which exists between the Hitler movement and anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism as one of the foundations of National Socialism. It is an old practice of the ruling class to distract the attention of the people from their actual sufferings. It is not possible here to deal in a scientific way with the reasons why attacks on the Jews have for many centuries served as the basis for distracting the people in this way, why throughout the Middle Ages the Jews were attacked as a religious community, and more recently for the most part as a race. The analysis made by Marx in the Jewish question has been followed by many subsequent writers who have treated the question from a social standpoint. At the present time, it is impossible to approach the Jewish question as a confused complex of race, nationality, people, and religion. It must be regarded as a social question containing racial, national, and religious elements. Anti-Semitism in modern Germany. Hitlerism is a characteristic form of the process of dissolution of the lower middle class in the age of industrial capitalism, and it has its parallel in the past. Anti-Semitism in modern Germany dates from the movement which developed under Adolf Stocker, a court chaplain in the last quarter of last century. The basis of that movement was economic. There was a period of unrestricted speculation in the years when German industry was being built up after the victorious war of 1870–71, and this was followed by a severe economic crisis, which directly affected the lower middle class as well as the working class. Adolf Stocker found the new gospel of salvation in a campaign against the Jews. Ernst Ottwalt, in his brilliant study Germany Awake, writes of Stocker as follows, quote, "Without any regard to fundamental economic facts, Stocker ascribed to Jewish influence everything within the German Empire which seemed to him unhealthy and harmful. In the indebtedness of the peasant population of the provinces of East Prussia, which was an inevitable consequence of the increasing world production of grain, Stocker could see only the Jew who gave credit to the peasant, in order to drive him from hearth and home a short time afterwards, out of diabolical wickedness. He saw in the wretched position of the German industrial workers, not the greed of a type of capitalist which had been brought into being by the advance made in the means of production, but the existence of Jewish capitalists, and the Jews were responsible for everything." End of quote. Bismarck, the servant of the Jews. The anti-Semite propaganda achieved a certain success. The first revolutionary upheaval of the duped lower middle class was concentrated on the weakest point, that is to say, the Jewish minority. But when Adolf Stocker began to attack the rich and powerful Jews also, the solidarity of the possessing class was roused. Bismarck himself intervened, and the court chaplain who had become an agitator fell out of favor. It is amusing to find that the anti-Semitic movement of that period also attacked Bismarck, denouncing him as the servant of the Jews. A pamphlet published in 1878 contains the following, quote, "The credit for having raised the Jews and their associates into a ruling clique in Germany must be given to Prince Bismarck. The protection of the Jews is one of the blackest pages in Bismarck's glorious empire, with its consequences in the impoverishment of the working class, the demoralization of all sections of society, and the disgusting fusion of money with the aristocracy by birth. Prince Bismarck succumbed to the influence of the Jews. The society in which he moved was composed of Jews and the associates of Jews. They were always with him, and were his political advisers and the champions of civilization on whom he mainly relied." End of quote. This popular movement of the time inevitably found expression in excesses. The signal was given by the burning down of the synagogue in the little Pomeranian town of Neustetten. Then, too, the national indignation was roused by an act of incendiarism, and then, too, it was not the incendiaries who were brought to trial, but Jews, who were alleged to have burnt down their own temple out of vindictiveness. Pogroms followed, and when the popular movement had already begun to flag, when the economic crisis was over, this anti-Semitism took legal shape in the form of parties, and also found people who could supply the necessary ideology. Professor Eugen Düring, with his work on the Jewish question as a question of racial character, opened a new era of anti-Semitism, racial anti-Semitism. Since then, a great deal of ink has flowed in order to prove that the Jews are a race, and an outlandish, inferior, and criminal race at that. Apart from Chamberlain's ingenious assertions, this science has for the most part been content with coarse jests. Now, in Hitler's Germany, the science celebrates its triumph, and no doubt there are a good many people who will be able to earn their bread in this shameful way in the Third Empire. Anti-Semitic parties. Germany was the country in which anti-Semitism was first organized on a party basis. These parties were the German Social Party, the Anti-Semite People's Party, and later the German Reform Party. They had no other object than anti-Semitism, which was the sole aim and purpose of their existence. It was characteristic that their fortunes varied with the economic situation. But in any case, anti-Semitism remained parliamentary for nearly 3 decades. During this period, it was a sociological rather than a social phenomenon. With the economic catastrophe of the post-war period, however, anti-Semite parliamentarism once more developed into a popular movement. The traditional anti-Semitic parties disappeared, but there were no fewer than 260 anti-Semitic organizations in post-war Germany. These were all united by the National Socialists. The National Socialist Workers' Party of Germany is indissolubly linked with anti-Semitism. In fact, it is quite unthinkable without it. Anti-Semitism was one of the foundations and the constant companion of National Socialism from triumph to triumph up to the seizure of power. Forms of anti-Semitic agitation. Recent German anti-Semitism, of which Hitler's victory is the fulfillment, has never worried itself overmuch to find scientific justification. It is one of the special characteristics of this movement that, from the very beginning, it has never proved anything, but always merely asserted. Its success depends on confusing and distracting people from the actual state of things. This anti-Semitism has always found expression in the most repulsive forms of incitement. During the Kapp Putsch early in 1920, the curious anti-Semitic symbol, the Hakenkreuz, swastika, was first publicly exhibited on the steel helmets of the Erhardt Brigade. On that occasion, too, the Nazi songs were first publicly sung. Then also a real national man made speeches entirely composed of expressions such as Rathenau, the Jewish sow. On the streets, the children were learning anti-Semitic songs. Now, in the Third Empire, they all know the glorious battle song whose refrain runs, quote, "When Jewish blood spurts from under the knife, things will be twice as good as before." End of quote. For 15 years, in tens of thousands of meetings and tens of thousands of articles in the press, the Jew has been presented by Hitler's party to the duped masses as the most utter abomination. The Jew is responsible for everything, for the war as well as the peace, for capitalism as well as the revolution, for poverty as well as wealth. The National Socialist agitation sees the Jew lurking everywhere and helping on the work of Judaism to reach its aim of world domination. And to Hitler and his followers, this is equivalent to the destruction of the world. Here we can only give some examples of the absurdity and vileness of this anti-Semitism. Hitler on the Jews. We take these examples from the most official statement of National Socialism, Hitler's book My Fight, which is now circulating in many hundreds of thousands of copies. There we find, quote, "The black-haired Jewish youth lies in wait for hours, satanic joy in his face, for the unsuspecting girl, whom he defiles with his blood and thereby robs from her own race. They were and are Jews who brought Negroes to the Rhine, always with the same aim and idea in their minds of destroying, through the bastardization that must inevitably result, the white race which they hate, of bringing it down from its high cultural and political level, and themselves getting the mastery over it. In culture, the Jew defiles art, literature, and the theater, destroys natural sentiments, undermines all ideas of beauty and dignity, of nobility and goodness, and drags humanity down under the spell of his own base mode of life. If the Jews were alone on this world, they would smother themselves in dirt and filth just the same in their attempts to get advantages over each other and destroy each other, insofar as their complete lack of any sense of self-sacrifice, which finds expression in their cowardice, did not turn the fight into a farce. When the Jew wins political power, he casts aside the few wrappings which he still has. The democratic Jew of the people becomes the Jew of blood and tyranny. He tries in a few years to root out the national carriers of intelligence, and by robbing the peoples of their natural intellectual leadership, prepares them for their lot as slaves in permanent subjection." End of quote. It must be borne in mind that these phrases occur in a book which is certainly representative and was written with the consciousness that it was representative. The extracts given in fact illustrate only the mildest and most restrained form of anti-Semitic agitation. A different and much clearer language is used in meetings and in articles in the press. For years, the typical headlines in the National Socialist papers have been, "At the udders of the Jewish sow," "The Jewish plague in the world," and so forth. And finally, it must not be forgotten that the main battle cry of the Hitler movement is "Perish Judah." In the Guide and Instructional Letter for Functionaries of the National Socialists, dated March 15, 1931, we find, quote, "The natural hostility of the peasant against the Jews, and his hostility against the Freemason as a servant of the Jew, must be worked up to a frenzy." Day of Reckoning. It is necessary to recall all this in order to realize the ridiculous character of the dementias issued by the National Socialist members of the government in connection with the reports of the persecution of Jews and the grotesque nature of the statement that the Jews would suffer no harm under Adolf Hitler's protecting rule. For 15 years, the Jews have been spoken of as a world plague, as the most brutish of sub-men, and the adherents of the National Socialist movement have been given license to calumniate and persecute the Jews. Hatred of the Jews has been systematically nurtured. For 15 years, a day of reckoning has been promised. Is it strange that this sowing of murder should bear fruit when the so-called National Revolution developed? Every young National Socialist has been ceaselessly told that it is a moral act and his highest duty as a national German to extirpate the Jews. How is it possible to make these young National Socialists understand that now, when they are in power, they are to protect the Jews? So they are given a free hand, and very willingly too, for of all the things which they have been promised, the only thing they can be given is the satisfaction of their lust for murder. The government cannot give all National Socialist supporters bread and work, nor can it improve the economic situation, or redeem any of the promises it made. But so long as it allows the lower middle class to persecute and beat up the Jews, it can distract them from the tremendous imposture of which they too have been the victims. For this reason, the campaign against the Jews is given its head in Hitler's Germany. It would be a terrible mistake to think that the persecution of the Jews was only a transitory phenomenon of the period when Hitler took power. It is a political measure systematically carried out, and necessary for the tremendous deception of the people. Minister Goebbels, in a pamphlet called the Nazi Sozi, says that, quote, "The liberation of the German nation can only be carried out against the Jews. It is true that the Jew is also a man, but the flea is also an animal, but not a pleasant one. Our duty to ourselves and to our conscience requires us to make him harmless." End of quote. Jews are watching you. To show that the anti-Semitic propaganda has not in any way stopped, but that it is being carried on in an organized way, making use of every available means, we quote only one of the publications which have appeared since Hitler took power. It is a book by Dr. Johann von Leers, with the title "Jews Are Watching You." It is a somewhat random collection of photographs which are presented to the German people by way of a warning. Among some 60 photographs of Germans and people of other nationalities, there are pictures of Karl Liebknecht, who was a descendant of Martin Luther, of the Catholic leader Erzberger, of Willy Munzenberg, in whom there is not a drop of Jewish blood, of Grzinski, of the Catholic mayor of Cologne, Adenauer, of Erwin Piscator, son of a clergyman, who are all, on the National Socialist racial theory, Germans of pure race. But this is characteristic. In Hitler's Germany, no one takes the trouble to check up even the most simple facts which are supposed to be the basis of statements made. It is quite enough to make assertions and calumniations. Anyone who is inconvenient to the Hitler regime is a Jew, so far as this regime is concerned. That is all there is to it. The conception of responsibility is completely alien to these National Socialist writers. If anyone asks for any proof, the National Socialist storm troops are good enough to silence any inconvenient questioner. This is the reason why no one dares to challenge even the most nonsensical statements, and as no one contradicts them, the masses believe everything. This book, which we hope will get a very wide circulation, as it is really a revelation of the spirit of the new regime, contains also photographs of Rosa Luxemburg, Professor Einstein, Georg Bernhard, Leon Feuchtwanger, Theodor Wolff, Emil Ludwig, Max Reinhardt, Charlie Chaplin, Alfred Kerr, and the American banker Otto H. Kahn. No one who is not a National Socialist will find anything repulsive in these photographs. For the most part, they are splendid heads of clever and serious people of real intellectual standing. The only repulsive things about the photographs are the titles which Dr. von Leers has provided. Under Rosa Luxemburg is printed, "Executed," Levine, "Executed," Erzberger, "Executed at last." The young Germans who shot him were released from persecution after the National Revolution of 1933. For Einstein there is the laconic remark, "Unhanged." This is a favorite observation of the compiler of the book. He uses it for everyone who has not yet been murdered. For Reinhardt, "his second-rate and soulless art," etc. Chaplin is described as a little sprawling Jew, as boring as he is repulsive. It is said of Toller, "promptly locked up after Adolf Hitler's seizure of power." But not even this is true, as by that time Ernst Toller was already out of Germany. Erwin Piscator is called a Bolshevistic artistic Jew. The bankers Max Warburg and Dr. Karl Melchior are said to be extremely dangerous. Among these Jews there is a young man of the name of Schlesinger, who once in desperation carried out an attack on a train which cost many lives. Later on he was released on an amnesty. In the course of the trial it came out that Schlesinger was not a Jew but a German of pure race. Anti-Semitic propaganda made use of the name at the time, but subsequently had to drop its attacks when it was proved beyond question that this Schlesinger was "of pure race." But Dr. von Leers writes under his photograph, quote, "Moved by greed and unconcealed race hatred, he caused the terrible railway accident at Lefford." End of quote. But what does it matter? One lie, more or less, makes no difference to these people. Paris, Judah. Herr Hanfstaengl, foreign press chief of the National Socialists, gave a semi-official interview on March 27, 1933, to the American representative of the semi-official Telegraph Union Press Service. In reply to the question, "Are the reports of alleged maltreatment of Jews true or false?" he said, quote, "A few minutes ago, when I met the Chancellor at the Munich airport on his arrival from Berlin, he authorized me to tell you that these reports are one and all base lies." End of quote. Hanfstaengl's answer to detailed questions about the persecution of Jews was, quote, "The Berlin embassies of Sweden and Holland have investigated and have found that not a single Jew has been killed." End of quote. 43 murdered. The list of Jews shot or beaten to death by the storm troops has been checked by us, and it shows a total of 43. These 43 are the cases in which the victims were murdered primarily because they were Jews, not because they were Marxists. These 43 authentic cases, which have been examined in every detail, represent only a small part, a fraction of the real number, which will undoubtedly come to light in the course of time, when it becomes possible to get more exact information on the actual incidents which have taken place in Hitler's Germany. These 43 names are selected from many hundreds of names. All cases which up to now it has been impossible to check satisfactorily are left out of account. We do not want to estimate or think, but to prove actual facts. A few detailed examples are taken from the massive material before us. Quote, "On the 18th of March 1933, a tragic doom claimed our dearly beloved and promising son, Sigebert Kindermann, baker's apprentice, who had just completed his 18th year. Moritz Kindermann, sign painter, and his wife, Franzekstrasse 5. Funeral, Sunday, March 26, 1933, 2 p.m., Weissensee. No visits of condolence by request." End of quote. The Jewish apprentice Kindermann, whose tragic doom this inconspicuous notice announces, was attacked in 1932 by National Socialists because he was a member of the completely non-political Jewish sports society Bar Kokhba. In connection with this attack, a National Socialist was charged and convicted. In order to revenge this conviction, after Hitler's seizure of power, young Kindermann was dragged to the Nazi barracks in the Hedemannstrasse in Berlin and there literally beaten to death, his body being then thrown out into the street. A large Hakenkreuz was cut in his chest. An example from Kassel. Dr. O.M. of Kassel reports as follows, quote, "On Friday, March 17, 1933, bands of Nazis went all over the town of Kassel, dragging off members of the Jewish community whom for any reason they did not like, in order to bring them to trial. It should be noted that the victims were not persons who have been prominent in politics of any kind, The reason for their ill treatment was, as a rule, some petty spite on the part of the Nazi leaders. The following were particularly bad cases. Dr. Max Plaut, a lawyer, was dragged out of his office by a large gang of Nazis and taken away in a closed car, which drove along the main street. As they drove along, he was forced to shout Heil Hitler by blows with rubber batons, and each time he shouted, the Nazis roared with glee. Plaut was taken to the Nazi headquarters, where a so-called court-martial was held and sentenced him for alleged professional shortcomings to 200 blows with rubber batons. He was then taken down to a cellar and strapped to a bench for the sentence to be carried out. He was then most terribly mishandled for almost 2 hours. After some time Plaut fainted. Water was then thrown over him until he revived, and he was given some alcohol by so-called sisters. When he had come to himself, the mishandling was resumed. By the time the brutal punishment had been concluded, he had completely lost consciousness, and was left, covered with blood, lying in a corner. Plaut was then taken to his flat, where he died 10 days later. The doctors who were called to attend him, Dr. Scholl, a nerve specialist, and Professor Tonneson, head doctor of the state hospital, found the most terrible injuries, including serious damage to the internal organs, especially kidneys and lungs. His back and legs gradually turned completely black. Plaut had to be kept on his bed in a permanent state of narcosis, as when he came to consciousness he screamed so terribly that he was heard in the street. After 10 days of this, he died. On another occasion, another lawyer, Herr Dahlberg, was most brutally treated in the same way as Plaut, and at the same place. It should be noted that some time previously he had had a conflict in court with a lawyer who is now in an official position. This dispute was brought up against him while he was being mishandled. There can be no doubt, therefore, that the tortures inflicted on Dahlberg were due to direct instructions from this high Prussian official, who had previously been in command of the Kassel National Socialists. Dahlberg was so badly injured that for some days the doctors were afraid that one leg would have to be amputated, but fortunately it was found possible to save it. Dahlberg is still severely affected by the results of his ill treatment. Another particularly bad case was that of a young Jewish merchant, Mosbach, against whom, so far as I know, the only accusation was that he had had relations with a Christian girl, though these had been discontinued. Nazis broke into his flat, and in the presence of his mother beat him so brutally that his head and spine were terribly injured. A doctor was called, Dr. Stefan, who is politically on the extreme right, and he stated that even during the war he had never seen such an appalling sight. For a long time Mosbach hovered between life and death, but his life was eventually saved. On the same day, also at Nazi headquarters, 2 merchants, Freudenstein and Ball, were beaten and severely injured, both of them being dangerously ill for some time after. In both cases, the ill treatment was an act of personal revenge on the part of certain Nazis, but I have no details. There was also a case of a banker named Plaut being severely handled, but his injuries were not so severe. He was 60 years of age. The crimes of the Nazis in Hesse were certainly not restricted to Kassel. It would not be an exaggeration to say that in every village in the province of Kassel where any Jews live, there have been similar cases, some of them appalling. I know that in some villages all the male members of the Jewish community have left their homes and only returned, if they have returned at all, after a long interval." End of quote. Forced to sign a statement. Leo Krell, 25 years of age, living in the Skalitzerstrasse, Berlin, was attacked by a Nazi storm detachment and carried off to a Nazi barracks, where he was murdered. His body was then dropped in front of the Jewish cemetery. We mention this case because of what followed. His aged mother received a letter asking her to go and identify her son in the mortuary. It was difficult for her to identify the body, which was mutilated in every way. The Hakenkreuz had been carved in his face and all over his body and burnt into the flesh. All that was left of her son was a mass of bleeding pulp. Faced with this mutilated body, the mother was compelled to sign a statement that her son had died, quote, "after a long illness in hospital." End of quote. Such statements are always demanded from relatives in the case of people who have been beaten to death. If any of the relatives ever hint, even in private, at what actually happened, they can look forward to being brought before a court and sentenced to many months, if not years, of imprisonment for taking part in an atrocity campaign. As a rule, the storm detachment people concerned tell the relatives that they will suffer the same fate if they do not, quote, keep their mouths shut, end of quote. A deep silence lies over Germany. The people who are suffering dare not even call for help. That would be treason. 43 mutilated corpses of Jews who had been beaten to death with rubber batons, steel rods, and leather whips have been recorded up to now. People whose only crime was that they were Jews. We do not know the total number of such corpses that have been secretly buried. Perhaps 500, perhaps 1,000, perhaps even more. The future will bring it to light. It is only after some years that it will be realized that all the reports of the brutalities carried out by Hitler's bandits, which have so far been published, fall far short of the appalling reality. 300 proved cases of barbarous cruelty. 43 mutilated corpses, identified and authenticated up to the present. And how many cases of people beaten almost to death, or injured for life? Up to now, we have records of 301 cases of severe bodily injuries inflicted on Jews, cases in which we have been in a position to verify the place and date of the crime and the identity of the person injured. The actual number of Jews who have suffered ill usage must already be considerably over 10,000. Of the 300 cases which we have been able to verify, we give the following examples. In the middle of April, a number of papers reported that Rabbi Jonas Frankel, who was over 80, had been attacked and severely ill-treated by storm detachment men at his home in Berlin, Dragonerstrasse 37. The government issued a denial of this report. The rabbi's daughter, Ella Frankel, reports the following details. Quote, How My Father Was to Be Murdered by Ella Frankel. At about 7:30 on the evening of March 7th, 3 storm troop auxiliary policemen forced their way into our flat at Dragonerstrasse 37. 2 of them held me prisoner, with their revolvers pointed at my forehead and my breast. The third shot at my father, who was sitting at his desk. 2 bullets struck his head, and my father, streaming with blood, sank unconscious to the floor. One of the Nazis shouted, "That's fixed him." Then they broke open the desk and stole all the money in it. My dowry of $5,000 and 2,000 marks. Before leaving, they warned me against calling for help and smashed the electricity connection so that the flat was left in darkness. We later ascertained that these auxiliary police were members of the Dragonerstrasse storm troops. I lifted my father from where he was by the desk to the window, and for half an hour was calling for help. The street was cordoned off by Nazis and several squads of police. Anyone who attempted to leave his house was driven back with blows from rubber batons. Eventually, some police officers came up, followed by officials of the Humane Society, with whom our neighbors had gotten into touch. They wanted to take my father to hospital, but I would not agree. 2 days later, we were visited by an official from the Polish consulate. He found the flat still splashed with blood. For 2 weeks, my father lay helpless. We were afraid every hour that he was going to die. On April 8th, some Nazis again came to the flat and demanded to see my father. They stated that if my father was willing to certify in writing that he had not been attacked by Nazis but by Jews, he would not be interfered with again. I told them that my father was too ill to write and that they must come back again in 2 days' time. They drew their revolvers and forced both of us to give our words of honor that we would give them the certificate 2 days later. As my father was determined in no case to give such a declaration, the only course left to us was to get away as quickly as possible. 2 friends wrapped him up in a rug and took him away in broad daylight to friends living in a distant part of the town. I was almost out of my mind with anxiety. We had previously taken away the 2 scrolls of the law. Footnote: A scroll of the law consists of 2 tables of stone, round which is wound a parchment on which the Pentateuch is inscribed. End of footnote. But we left everything else in the flat. I left the house in indoor clothes and without a hat, as our porter was a Nazi and he would immediately have denounced us. We took the train to Vienna. My father, whose head was covered with bandages, was represented as being very old and deaf. I said that I was traveling to Vienna and had promised to look after the old man on the way. Soon after the train left Berlin, a spy came and sat with us and put questions to me, but he left the compartment when we reached Dresden, as my answers had not made him suspicious. After Dresden, the examination of passengers began. German officials went from compartment to compartment asking, "Are you Jews?" I took up my position at the door of the compartment, in which there were only the 2 scrolls of the law besides my father. The officials had, however, already been given a report by the spy, and they greeted me politely and said, "Ah, you are the young lady traveling to Vienna and looking after the deaf old gentleman. We have this information already." So we succeeded in getting here and stopped at Reichenberg, as my father was quite unable to travel any further then. Later we came on to Prague. My father is still lying here ill. End of quote. We have given this case in detail as it is a very typical one, and we refer the reader to the accompanying photographs. A rabbi, 80 years of age, attacked and left for dead and his flat robbed, but the Dementi machine has the effrontery to announce to the press of the world that there was no such person as this rabbi. This case is typical of 1,000 dementis of a regime which lies with an unscrupulous brutality equal to that with which it murders. Attacked in the synagogue. We want to state another case, the scene of which was a synagogue. Rabbi Berish was in the synagogue in Duisburg at the divine service when he was attacked and brutally handled. He was dragged out through the street, and after being wrapped in the black, red, gold flag, was made to run the gauntlet through a crowd of shouting men. Finally, he was arrested, and the charge made against him was being responsible for public disorder in the street. The rabbi of Gelsenkirchen was driven out of the synagogue during the Sabbath service, and with a number of other Jews was taken through the streets to the Nazi barracks. There they were all forced to turn their faces to the wall and make genuflections. When the rabbi protested against this, he was laid across a ladder and beaten with a stick. Later he was set free, and succeeded in escaping across the Dutch frontier. He arrived at Amsterdam so severely injured that he was unable to stand. Before the Nazis set him free, they forced him to sign a declaration that his imprisonment had been due to a misunderstanding. Pogroms. The Frankfurter Zeitung of April 24, 1933, contains the following announcement. Quote, Wiesbaden, April 23rd. 2 assaults with fatal results occurred here on Saturday evening. The 2 victims were a merchant, Salomon Rosenstrauch, and a dairyman, Max Kassel. The police report on the murder of Max Kassel runs as follows. On Saturday at 23:30, cries for help were heard coming from a flat in number 43 Webergasse. At the same time, a number of shots rang out. A motor lorry driver who was passing along the street went and informed the police. The police ascertained that the cries for help had come from the flat of Max Kassel, a dairyman, 59 years of age. On entering, the officers found Kassel lying dead on the floor of one of the rooms. On examination, the body showed bullet wounds which had proved fatal. Further investigation showed that several persons, by breaking in a door panel, had forced their way into the flat and shot the man as he was running towards the window. The shots had been fired from an army revolver. The investigations did not produce any evidence showing that the motive of the crime was robbery, and the indications are that it was an act of revenge. End of quote. The official report of the second case states that on that Saturday at 21:45, the police were called to the flat of a merchant, R., 58 years old, living in Wilhelmstrasse 20. R. was lying on the ground, only just breathing. The body showed no injuries. A doctor ordered the man to be taken to hospital, but he died on the way from heart failure. The housekeeper, who was still in the flat, stated that at 21:10, 2 young men had rung at the door of the flat and asked for R. When he came to the door, the 2 men pushed their way into the flat, and one of them pointed a revolver at R. R fled into another room and fell to the ground. The 2 attackers then left the flat without giving any further explanation. According to the woman's description, they were 2 lads of between 20 and 23 years of age. We mention these cases because they seem to us typical of the actual pogrom which is being carried out. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8 of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Chapter 8, Part 2. Living Targets. These are a few of the cases which authorities have themselves made public, but this does not mean that thousands of similar acts of brutality have not taken place, although nothing is said of them. One day, in the middle of a Berlin street, The son of an attendant at a synagogue was attacked by a Nazi troop in the presence of his father. The lad was held by the Nazis, and one of them fired his revolver twice through the lad's right calf and twice through his left calf. The lad has now been in hospital for 3 months, and it is probable that he will be lame for life. A case from the provinces. The following statement, which we have received, has been checked up by us in detail. It is typical of hundreds of similar reports which are in the possession of editors outside Germany, and also in the hands of many private individuals. Quote, "In the little town of Niederstetten in Württemberg State, a small Jewish community has lived for centuries. Its members are for the most part merchants, who, as might be expected, insofar as they take any interest in politics, belong to the parties of the right rather than to the socialists or communists. Friendly relations existed until quite recently between the Christian and the Jewish sections of the population. A week before Easter, a Nazi detachment arrived in the town early one morning and occupied the town hall, also taking control of the police. Then the houses of the Jews were searched for communist documents, naturally without any result. In spite of this, 10 Jews, all respected citizens, were taken to the town hall, and there one by one taken to a room. Each of them was then gagged, thrown across a chair, and beaten with steel rods until he was practically unconscious. Then the victims, who could hardly stand, were taken to the council chamber and made to stand up against the wall, the Wailing Wall, as the Nazis called it. After they had been forced to give the fascist salute, they were allowed to leave the town hall. Most of them, however, were so weak after the ill treatment they had received that they had to be carried home by their relatives. All the victims were ill for some weeks, and one of them has lost his speech. It should be mentioned that the non-Jewish population of the town, most of whom had voted nationalist in the election of March 5th, were very indignant at what had taken place. An old peasant said, "Hitler certainly would not have wanted this to be done." The old man apparently did not have a wireless, or else he would have known that these German men have only carried out what the leading people in Germany have broadcast as their aim in thundering speeches every evening. End of quote. The following appeal, issued by the Action Committee for Fighting Judah in Neustadt, was published in the local paper dated May 18, 1933. Quote, "Our aim is to liberate Neustadt from Jews and servants of the Jews. We must lay this down once again in plain language in case the people who are affected by it have not yet understood it. If anyone still thinks that he can defend the Jews, in our eyes he is a scoundrel with whom we shall deal in the same way as we deal with the Jews." End of quote. In the Nazi barracks. K.W. of Berlin reports as follows on his experience in a Nazi barracks. Quote, "A 26-year-old Jew was brought in with me. He told me later that he had been arrested on his motorcycle, although he had never paid any attention to politics and has never voted. First, his hair was cut off with nail scissors, and then the auxiliary police had a dispute as to who was to beat him. The auxiliary policeman who had brought him in said, 'I need not have brought the Jew in at all if I'm not going to be allowed to beat him.' The others said, 'You're drunk, go and sleep it off.' Most of the auxiliary police smelt strongly of alcohol. After that, the Jew was beaten up like the others, with cowhide whips, steel rods, and rubber batons. Then a dagger was placed against his chest, and he was told, 'Now you are going to be stabbed to death.' He was actually only scratched, and then he was told that he would be stabbed to death early the following morning. At 5:45 I was brought to trial. As they could produce nothing against me, I was taken to the sleeping hall, where about 40 men were lying. I myself was only given a few kicks and blows with rubber batons. There was also what they called a murder cell. The 3 men who were in this cell had been beaten black from head to foot. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the Nazi officer in charge arrived, and we were given breakfast, coffee, and dry bread. Then we were drilled in the courtyard, after we had been forced to say, 'Hail to our Chancellor Adolf Hitler.' While we were being drilled, we had to sing Deutschland über alles and other similar songs. Then we were asked whether we would defend the fatherland if there was a war against Poland. We replied that we would. After that, we were asked what we would do if we were set free, and whether we would join the Nazis, and to this we also replied in the affirmative." End of quote. Polish protests. We cite the following, which is one of many official announcements and protests made by foreign countries. Quote, "Berlin, March 30th. The Polish ambassador in Berlin has lodged a protest with the German government against the persecution of Polish Israelites by Hitler's bands. The ambassador mentioned, among other cases, the following, which had occurred in Berlin. On March 4th, Herr Israel Weiss was taken from his flat and dragged off to a garage, where he was so brutally treated that he lost consciousness. After that, he was taken to the police station, where he was kept until March 6th. While he was being assaulted, Hitler's followers took from him his passport and his ring, and he never recovered those. On March 6th, Herr A.L. Mittelmann was attacked and taken into a restaurant, where he was very severely injured. As a result of his treatment, he is quite unable to work. In Chemnitz and Plauen, Hitler's followers have perpetrated terrible brutalities against the Jews. All the Polish Israelites who were arrested in Chemnitz were taken under guard through the town, being made to wash out all the inscriptions which had been written on the walls during the last election. A Polish citizen, Adalbert Daphner, was given 50 lashes with a riding whip, being forced after every blow to say thank you. Terrible cruelties were carried out against a number of Israelites in the prison at Plauen. End of quote. United States complaints. A message from Berlin dated March 9th states that the American ambassador has lodged a protest against the ill treatment of American citizens. He cites a number of cases which have occurred in Berlin alone in the course of a few days. Quote, in Berlin, many Jews, including some of American nationality, have been brutally treated. For example, an American citizen, Herr Max Schussler, who is the owner of a house and had secured the eviction from his house of a Nazi tenant, was visited by Nazis one night. In order to gain entry to his flat, they represented themselves to be police. Then they demanded that Herr Schussler should sign a declaration allowing the return of his National Socialist tenant. End of quote. Official statement from Czechoslovakia. The official press bureau announces under date of April 2nd, quote, in the hospital at Warnsdorf, 4 refugees from Germany who have been brutally treated are now lying. Last night at 1 o'clock they were taken from a place in Saxony, which is now a concentration camp, to another village not far from Warnsdorf, being accompanied by 12 Nazis. They were 4 Jews, one of whom is an Austrian citizen, 2 being Poles, and the 4th having no nationality. 100 yards from the frontier near Warnsdorf, the 4 men were taken out of the lorry and beaten up until they were covered with blood, and when they ran towards the frontier of Czechoslovakia, shots were fired after them. All 4 are seriously injured. One of them, in addition to other wounds, has a serious fracture of the skull and is unconscious. It must be noted that 2 of them had been settled in Leipzig for 25 years, where they were in business, and the other 2 had been 12 years in Dresden. It is announced from Germany that the refugees had refused to leave Germany, and had conducted themselves in an offensive manner to the guards who were accompanying them. End of quote. At the frontier. The following message comes from Prague. Quote, the Berlin-Athens Express, which every day brings several hundred people to Prague, arrived there an hour late on April 1st, and with only 3 passengers. The passengers made depositions which they signed before a notary regarding what had happened in Dresden. At the station in Dresden, a cordon of Nazis had been drawn up on both sides of the train, and another detachment came through the compartments giving the order, Jews out of the train. All Jewish passengers, including foreigners, were forced to leave the train. After this, the passports of the other passengers on the train were examined, and they were also forced to get out. They were forced to line up on the platform, and then they were ordered to march. The column of passengers, guarded by Nazis, went off towards the exit from the station. After this, nothing more has been heard of them. They included many women and children. End of quote. Another report runs as follows. Quote, the National Socialists even come onto Czechoslovakian territory and promise a reward for any refugees who can be brought onto German territory under any pretext. The reward promised for an ordinary refugee is 100 crowns. For a Jewish refugee, however, the amount is 200 crowns. These facts have been certified by the Czechoslovakian authorities. End of quote. The following laconic announcement from Warsaw throws further light on the position of refugees. Quote, Warsaw, March 15th. 48 Jewish families from Germany, consisting in all of 150 persons, have crossed the frontier of East Prussia and taken refuge in Poland. There were terrible scenes at the frontier, the refugees being horribly ill-treated by the German frontier guards. They were beaten and kicked, and everything they had with them was taken from them by the guards. End of quote. The Chief Rabbi of France issues a statement. In connection with the denials issued by the German authorities, the Chief Rabbi of France has issued the following statement in connection with the anti-Semitic excesses in Germany. Quote, I am unfortunately compelled to say that the statements regarding atrocities are absolutely correct. We have evidence that cannot be disputed and also photographic documents. Do not think that we believe what we are told by refugees without further examination. We have ways of checking up on their statements. We are in possession of documents which have come to us from an absolutely reliable source, which I am not able to name. I can, however, say that some of these documents have an official character and have been prepared by foreign governments. The incidents in question are not cases of simple abuse, but cruel persecutions which have created victims and martyrs. If we are compelled to publish these documents, we shall do so. The conscience of the world, the chief rabbi continues, is deeply troubled and is horrified at the revival of barbarism which the anti-Semitism of the Nazis represents. In the name of humanity and civilization, the whole world protests with us. It fears that the restoration of world peace will be endangered through these new attacks of brutal force against right." End of quote. The correspondent of the English Manchester Guardian has made an extremely detailed and objective report published April 8, 1933, which is certainly not colored either by love or by hatred of National Socialism, but only by a human horror of brutality. Quote, "The samples of outrages committed by brown shirts since the elections make it more evident than ever that the terror has been much worse than was at first believed. The British, French, and American press, so far from exaggerating it, as the German press complains, has understated the truth, although this is natural enough, seeing that only a small fraction of the truth is accessible. The terror seems to have been worst of all, worse even than in Berlin, in Kassel, in Silesia, where Heines, who was imprisoned on a charge of manslaughter and released by an amnesty, is in charge of the brown shirts, in Worms, and in many villages. A precise account of what has happened in the villages of Oberhessen alone during the last 4 weeks would make a terrible story, but it is impossible to establish more than a few cases, inquiry being made difficult by the general fear not only of reprisals but also of imprisonment. A few days ago a man was sentenced to a year's imprisonment for spreading the false rumor that a Jew had been hanged by the brown shirts. The rumor, as a matter of fact, was true. The Jew, a certain Mr. Blank, was beaten by brown shirts and hanged by his feet so that his head was suspended off the ground. When the brown shirts had finished with him, he was dead. Any German who dare say a true word about the terror in his own country runs the risk of a fearful beating, or long imprisonment, or even death, and no one can reasonably be expected to run such a risk. But as one of the victims of the terror said to your correspondent today, it is impossible to remain silent even under threats. There's no reason why opinion in England and the United States should be hoodwinked, and it is necessary to point out that letters or statements by German Jewish or Republican organizations or societies saying that the terror has been exaggerated are products of fear and intimidation, and are therefore altogether unworthy of credence. Thousands upon thousands of Germans have only one wish, to get out of the country. But the frontiers are being closed by the new passport regulations, and escape is impossible except at great risk. Thus, all Germany is being converted into a huge prison." End of quote. Einstein's appeal. We will end this section with the appeal issued by Professor Einstein after he had been driven out of Germany. Professor Einstein arrived at Havre on March 27th on the steamer Belgianland. He was met by a delegation of the International League Against Anti-Semitism and gave the following statement written by his own hand. Quote, "The actual facts of brutal force and oppression against every free-minded person and against the Jews, the facts of what has taken place and is still taking place in Germany, have fortunately aroused the conscience of every country which remains true to the ideals of humanity and political freedom. All friends of our civilization, which is so seriously menaced, should concentrate all their efforts in order to rid the world of this psychological disease." End of quote. The boycott. A defensive movement. From its early days, National Socialism has made use of the method of representing itself as attacked, persecuted, and menaced. The political terror which has been organized by Hitler has always worked hand in hand with organized lies. The boycott against Jewish business concerns and the special acts against German Jews, of which we will speak later, give the best examples of the combined use of these methods. The National Socialists might have said, "It is in accord with our program and with the demands which we have been making for many years that the Jews in Germany should be completely wiped out." But what did the Nazis actually do by way of justifying their boycott of Jewish shops? They cried out, "We have been attacked. The Jews are trying to destroy us. What we are doing is in self-defense." This organized boycott was therefore called a defensive movement. The boycott manifesto, which was posted up everywhere, runs as follows, quote, "Men and women of the German nation, the people who are guilty of this crime, this despicable atrocity campaign, are the Jews in Germany. They have called to their fellows abroad to fight against the German people. It is they who have issued lying statements and abuse. For that reason, the leaders of the German movement of liberation have decided, by way of defense against this criminal campaign, to impose a boycott on all Jewish businesses, shops, etc., as from 10 o'clock in the morning of April 1st, 1933. We call on you, German men and women, to make this boycott effective. Do not buy from Jewish businesses and shops. Do not go to Jewish lawyers. Have nothing to do with Jewish doctors. Show the Jews that they cannot go unpunished if they humiliate and dishonor Germany. Anyone who opposes this manifesto thereby proves that he is on the side of the enemies of Germany." End of quote. On March 28th, the national leaders of the National Socialist Party published a manifesto to all party organizations in which the German Jews are accused of having started the atrocity campaign against the national government of Germany. The 11 points of the program. On the same day, the famous 11 points for carrying through the boycott were published. We give them verbatim below. 1. In each local group and section of the National Socialist Party, action committees must be formed at once for the practical and systematic carrying out of the boycott of Jewish shops, Jewish goods, Jewish doctors, and Jewish lawyers. The action committees are responsible for seeing that the boycott does not harm any innocent person, but that it hits all the harder all those who are guilty. 2. The action committees are responsible for protecting all foreigners without regard to their religion or race. The boycott is a purely defensive measure, and it is exclusively directed against German Jews. 3. The action committees must immediately popularize the boycott by propaganda and explanatory statements. The principle of the boycott is that no German should buy from any Jew or be served by any Jew or his assistants. The boycott must be general. It must be carried out by the whole people and must hit Judah in its most sensitive spot. 4. In cases of doubt, the boycott of businesses must be postponed pending a decision from the Central Committee in Munich. 5. The action committees must closely watch the newspapers from the standpoint of how far they take part in the Enlightenment campaign of the German people against the atrocity campaign of the Jews. If the newspapers do not do this, or only do it to a limited extent, steps must be taken to see that they are immediately prevented from reaching any house in which Germans live. No German man and no German business must give them advertisements. They must be given to understand that they incur only public contempt and that they are written for people of Jewish race but not for Germans. 6. The action committees must carry into the factories their propaganda of enlightenment as to the consequences to German labor of the Jewish atrocity campaign, and they must explain to the workers that the national boycott was necessary as a protective measure on behalf of German labor. 7. The action committees must carry their activities into the smallest villages in order to strike particularly at the Jewish traders in the countryside. 8. The boycott must not be introduced gradually, but at a single blow. All preparatory measures must therefore be taken immediately with this in view. Instructions must be given to the storm troops to post pickets to warn the population against entering Jewish shops from the moment when the boycott begins. This will be April 1st punctually at 10 o'clock in the morning. It will be carried on until instructions are received from the party leadership. 9. The action committees must immediately popularize at thousands of mass meetings, which must reach even the smallest village, the demand that Jews shall only be admitted to every profession in proportion to the number of Jews in the community. In order to make this action more effective, the demand should at first be restricted to 3 sections. A. Students in the intermediate schools and universities. B. The medical profession. C. The legal profession. 10. The action committees are furthermore charged to see that every German who has any connection whatever with people in other countries should make use of this, in letters, telegrams, and telephonic communications, to spread the truth that peace and order reign in Germany, that the German people has no more ardent wish than to continue its work in peace and to live in peace with the rest of the world, and that its fight against the Jewish atrocity campaign is purely defensive. 11. The action committees are responsible for seeing that the whole fight is carried out absolutely peacefully and with the strictest discipline. Henceforth, no Jew must have even a hair of his head harmed. We must finish with this atrocity campaign purely through the effectiveness of the measures outlined above." This manifesto was accompanied by a long-winded explanation, each word of which was evidence of a bad conscience. The explanation concluded with the words, "National Socialists, on Saturday at 10 o'clock, the Jews will know who it is that they are fighting." The lords of the Third Empire appointed to take charge of this defensive action a man named Julius Streicher, the editor of a newspaper called Der Stürmer. The outside world will not know what sort of paper this is, although from time to time its circulation runs into hundreds of thousands. For his services in editing this, Herr Streicher has been appointed commissioner in charge of the boycott movement. Herr Streicher had hardly taken up his post when he gave an interview to the press at a conference of national journalists on March 30th. In the course of this interview he said, quote, "I shall not hesitate to prohibit by force the holding of divine service by the German Jews, or to prevent them from gaining entry to the synagogues by the use of armed storm troops. The stone has now begun to roll. Whether the atrocity propaganda ceases or not makes no difference. This foreign propaganda against Hitler has given us the opportunity which we welcome, and the action will be carried through. It would be a complete illusion to imagine that the Nazis will allow themselves to be held back." End of quote. He, Streicher, was completely satisfied with the way things had developed. His only care in the past week had been to see that the war of destruction against the Jews did not weaken. Quote, "Had this happened, this is my firm conviction, the national revolution would have collapsed owing to its own weakness. This danger has now finally been averted, and the German people can trust in me to carry out the whole of the necessary work in connection with the Jews." End of quote. Preparations for the boycott. Incitements to Jew-baiting were systematically developed during the last few days before the boycott. An example of this was the speech given by the newly appointed chief of police in Frankfurt, reported in the Frankfurter Volksblatt of March 30th. Quote, "No Nazi will have anything to do with a Jew, because he knows that the Jew is of inferior race, and I am no longer going to permit animals born on German soil to be killed by the sadistic Asiatic methods of slaughter used by the Jews. If the Jew cannot eat our meat, then let him eat potatoes and turnips as you did in the hungry winters of the war. Germany is awake. You Jews, you have no need to tremble. We shall remain legal, so legal that perhaps legality will be uncomfortable for you, and then you can go to Palestine and fleece each other." End of quote. The instructions from the Nazi leaders issued in a steady stream. Action committees were set up everywhere, and they were given the task of ascertaining which shops, stores, lawyers' offices, etc. were in the hands of Jews. The Central Committee for the Boycott of Jewish Concerns laid down the following principles for action. Quote, "The action committees must hand over to the storm troops the list of shops which have been ascertained to be Jewish, in order that these may be picketed from 10 o'clock on the morning of Saturday, April 1st, 1933. The pickets are charged with informing the public that the shops at which they are posted are Jewish. They are forbidden to take any physical measures of restraint. They are also forbidden to close the shop. In order to make it clear which shops are Jewish, posters or placards with yellow spots on a black ground must be posted at the entrance doors. The Jewish shops which are boycotted must not dismiss their non-Jewish employees and workers or give them notice. The action committees, in agreement with the political leaders of the district, must organize mass demonstrations and processions in all areas on Friday evening. On the Saturday morning at 10 o'clock at latest, the posters of the boycott proclamation must be put up on all advertising spaces. At the same time, lorries, or better still furniture vans, must be driven through the streets with posters bearing the following words in the order given. In defense against the Jewish atrocity and boycott campaign. Boycott all Jewish shops. Don't buy from Jewish stores. Don't go to Jewish lawyers. Avoid Jewish doctors. The Jews are our bane. The committees must organize collections in the German shops to finance this movement of defense." End of quote. During the days preceding April 1st, the following announcement was posted on all advertisement spaces throughout Germany. Quote, "The Jews have time to reflect until Saturday morning at 10 o'clock. Then the fight begins. The Jews of the whole world are trying to destroy Germany. German people, defend yourselves. Don't buy from the Jews." End of quote. Several of the government departments also issued instructions as to the measures which were to be taken in connection with the boycott. All sections of the Nazi organization also issued detailed instructions. There was no party official who failed to take the opportunity to make himself important by issuing an instruction of some kind. Treatment of judges. An eyewitness has given us the following report. Quote, on Friday, March 31st, an extraordinary scene took place in front of the High Court in Cologne. Nazi lads forced their way into the court buildings and dragged out the Jewish lawyers and judges. Then these were put into a refuse cart and made the laughingstock of the crowd. Many of the lawyers and judges were still wearing their robes. The police looked on without interfering. The cart was then taken to the main police station, which is a considerable distance from the court. The official report, which is an absolute lie, was as follows. In Cologne, members of the Nazi storm troop, in conjunction with the police, arrested a number of Jewish judges and lawyers for their personal safety as a large crowd had collected in front of the law courts. End of quote. The boycott had a limit, namely at the point when it endangered profit. In effect, all these measures only hurt the Jewish middle class and working class, but not the big Jewish capitalists. And when it was a question of trade with foreigners, all prejudice and race hatred had to fall into the background, and the Jews were not treated as sub-men or world pests, but only as extremely welcome paying guests. Here is a report published in the Frankfurter Zeitung. Quote, Wiesbaden, May 31st. Up to the present this year, the number of visitors has fallen below expectations. The number of foreign visitors during the first week of May, which is always the height of the season for Wiesbaden, was 1,744, and in the festival week following it rose only to 1,808, falling again to 1,760 in the third week. The total number of visitors up to the middle of May has only been 27,000. It is therefore in the interests of this health resort that the local magistrates, the directors of the courthouse, and the national district leaders should make it known to everyone concerned, both in the country and abroad, that the mineral springs of Wiesbaden are as before available without hindrance to all visitors from all countries, and that peace and order have never been disturbed in this town. The authorities of Wiesbaden should feel their responsibility both to the population and also to foreign visitors, and should guarantee to all who are either permanently in Wiesbaden or make a temporary stay there, without regard to their religion or political outlook, a secure and pleasant visit. End of quote. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Chapter 8 of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Chapter 8, Part 3. Laws of Exception. The open boycott ended on April 1st, although the National Socialist press, the official leaders of the party, as well as their spokesman, had assured the whole organization that this historic Saturday must be regarded as merely a test preparatory to a whole series of other measures, which would be carried out unless the opinion of the world, which at the moment was hostile, underwent a complete change. Opinion in other countries certainly changed radically, but in a direction unfavorable to the Third Empire. The government in Germany was quick to notice this. In fact, they noted it even before the boycott, and they realized that this open demonstration against the Jews was bad business. The National Socialists have principles, but they've always been prepared to sell them. The retreat. In the course of the week before the boycott, even Herr Streicher, evidently under instructions from the government, stated that it would not be necessary to resume the boycott, and the Minister for Propaganda and National Enlightenment told the representatives of the foreign press on March 31st, quote, that the government had decided provisionally to restrict the boycott against the Jews to Saturday, April 1st, when it would operate from 10 o'clock in the morning till 8 in the evening. After that, no further action would be taken until Wednesday. If the international press had by then stopped its agitation against Germany, no further action would be taken. But if this were not the case, a boycott would be started at 10 o'clock on Wednesday morning, and this boycott would drive the Jews of Germany into absolute ruin. The instructions that 2 months' wages and salaries of employees of Jewish firms must be paid in advance from April 1st is cancelled." End of quote. The last sentence of this announcement shows that under the pressure of events, the National Socialists had been forced to repeal their own decrees. It had originally been decided that all owners of Jewish shops must pay all their Christian employees 2 months' salary in advance. The consequence of this was a run on the banks which might have led to a catastrophe if this decree had not been withdrawn at the earliest possible moment. The silent boycott. The public boycott was a demonstration, and as a demonstration it failed and was not resumed. On the other hand, the silent boycott was continued, a boycott which cost nothing and hit not so much the rich and powerful Jewish firms as the tens of thousands of Jewish employees, doctors, lawyers, teachers, officials, university professors, etc. Hundreds of thousands of Jews have been deprived of their living, but this has given hundreds of thousands of places for Nazi hangers-on. Jewish lawyers not allowed to practice. In Berlin, at first out of 1,200 Jewish lawyers, only 35 were permitted to practice, and the number allowed to continue their practice in Cologne was only 4. All Jewish judges have been given leave of absence. The commissioner of the Prussian Ministry of Justice issued the following instructions on March 31st. Quote, "The irritation of the people at the presumptuous attitude of Jewish lawyers and doctors has reached such a height that it is necessary to take into account the possibility that the people may take the law into their own hands, especially during the period of the defense campaign of the German people against the Jewish atrocity propaganda. This would endanger the authority of the administration of justice. I therefore request you to suggest to all Jewish judges now in office that they should at once apply for leave of absence, and this should immediately be granted to them. Please arrange with the Lawyers Association or other local organizations of the legal profession that from 10 o'clock tomorrow morning the number of Jewish lawyers permitted to practice is fixed in a proportion which is the same as that of the Jewish population to the rest of the population. It is unnecessary to point out that Jewish lawyers should not be employed as junior counsel, nor should they be allowed to take doc briefs or be appointed receivers in bankruptcy or trustees. All engagements of Jewish lawyers in connection with official cases must immediately be withdrawn. The executives of associations of lawyers must be induced to resign. If the provincial and local leaders of the National Socialists express the desire to supervise the maintenance of security and order within the court building by sending armed pickets to these places, their wishes should be complied with." End of quote. Similar instructions were issued against Jewish doctors. In the first place, they were excluded from health insurance practice, which, of course, covered the great majority of all cases. The teachers and lecturers in Prussian educational institutions were required by the Minister of Culture, Rust, to fill out a questionnaire as to their racial origin. The civil service. As for government officials, the following decree was published in the beginning of April. Quote, "Anyone of non-Aryan descent, particularly if their parents or grandparents were Jewish, is to be regarded as non-Aryan. One parent or one grandparent who is non-Aryan is sufficient. This is particularly to be assumed when one parent or grandparent has been a member of the Jewish religious community. Furthermore, every official who has joined the service since August 1st, 1914, must prove that he is of Aryan descent, or that he fought at the front, or that his son or father fell in the World War. Birth certificates and marriage certificates of parents, in addition to military papers, must be sent in. If the Aryan descent of an official is doubtful, a decision must be made by the Office of Experts for Racial Investigation attached to the Ministry of the Interior. In deciding whether the provisions of Section 4, Paragraph 1 apply, the whole political activity of the official concerned, particularly since November 9, 1918, must be taken into account. Every official is under an obligation to inform his superior authorities to what political party he has hitherto belonged and what his political activities have been. The Reichsbanner, the Republican Richterbund, and the League for the Rights of Man are to be considered political parties within the meaning of this paragraph. This decree finally and definitely puts an end to the scandal of the November system, which aims at the destruction of the honest professional government servant by the introduction of party officials and office seekers. The consequences of this criminal policy have been the innumerable scandals of corruption, in which the people concerned were always representatives of the parties which, in November 1918, by treason and cowardice had put themselves at the head of a clean and untarnished state. It is well known, and does not require to be proved here in detail, that the most prominent supporters of the November Republic had been involved in the worst of these affairs. That period is now gone forever, and the new Germany will once more be administered by really efficient officials, as the world knows it was before the war." End of quote. The special importance of this decree is that subsequently almost all categories of university-trained people, doctors, lawyers, teachers in high schools, etc., and also bank officials and commercial employees were put through a sieve in accordance with the principles laid down in this decree. The attack on Jewish doctors. The following manifesto was published in the Medical Journal of Greater Berlin, dated May 20th, 1933. The writer, "A certain Dr. Rupin is not just a nobody. He is commissioner of the Provincial Medical Association of the provinces of Brandenburg and Grenzmark." The article is headed, "Away with Jewish Doctors." The text is as follows, quote, "The complete removal of Jews from all academic professions is necessary. Members of the free academic professions, particularly doctors, come into personal contact with very wide circles of the population, and occupy a position of confidence in relation to their patients, which gives them influence over the outlook of the people with whom they are in contact. The provincial executive of the Doctors of Brandenburg therefore considers it unthinkable that in our national state a Jew should have the possibility of spreading the poison of Jewish thought in this way. Undoubtedly, the earlier ideal conception of professional duty has given way in wide circles of the profession to the Jewish commercial outlook, and this is due to the overloading of the profession with Jews. This commercial attitude must be driven out of the medical profession, and we must make its reintroduction impossible. Insofar as corruption has penetrated the profession, it must be rooted out by the most decisive measures. We, German doctors, therefore demand the exclusion of all Jews from the possibility of giving medical treatment to our German people, because the Jew is the incarnation of lies and deceit. Furthermore, we demand legislation to punish with imprisonment and immediate removal from the profession the offenses and crimes which are associated with the positions of confidence filled by the profession. We doctors ask all national professional organizations in Germany to support our demand." End of quote. By way of supplement to the above, we give the following decree of Commissioner Dr. Wagner, who is in control of the German medical associations. Quote, "In pursuance of the boycott against the Jews, the Berlin Health Department, by agreement with the mayor, instructed its sections not to meet any claims from its members where Jewish doctors have been called in to treat cases on or after April 1st. Where a Jewish doctor had previously been called in, it is suggested that members should consider whether to continue to make use of him. The Health Insurance Institute hopes that a sense of national duty will prevent the members from making use of Jewish chemists, dispensaries, opticians, or dentists." End of quote. Dismissal of Jewish teachers. We can give only a few examples of the many similar instructions which have been issued in connection with the various professions. The future position of Jewish teachers in Germany is indicated by a letter issued by one of the most prominent of the Nazi leaders, Dr. Loppelmann, a member of the Prussian Diet. Quote, "We call your attention to the fact that it is intolerable that Jewish teachers should still fill posts in Prussian educational institutions, while German soldiers who fought at the front have to wander around as unpaid auxiliary teachers in their own fatherland. Furthermore, we consider it an impossible situation that any regard should be paid to the exaggerated claims of male and female Jewish scholars. On behalf of the National Socialist Parliamentary Fraction in Prussia, we expect you to take the following measures. 1. All Jewish teachers, that is, teachers of Jewish descent, must immediately be dismissed or sent on leave from all Prussian educational institutions. 2. In the case of male and female scholars who are Jews, the proportionate clause must be applied so that the percentage of pupils of Jewish origin in any institution must correspond with the proportion of Jews to the whole German population. That is to say, only 1% of the students at any institution may be Jews or of Jewish descent." End of quote. In accordance with this circular, almost all Jewish teachers employed in the public educational system were immediately granted leave. An instruction issued by the chief official of Brandenburg and Berlin extended these measures also to Jewish private teachers. A cabinet meeting on April 25th passed an act, quote, "against the excessive number of students of foreign race in German schools and universities." End of quote. The same principles were applied to the staffs of universities. In an earlier chapter, some of the best-known Jewish lecturers who have been dismissed are mentioned. Removal of Jewish editors and journalists. The Neue Freie Presse of April 13, 1933 reports, quote, "In the extraordinary general meeting of the members of the Berlin District Organization of the National Union of the German Press, it was unanimously decided to nominate Dr. Dietrich at the General Delegate Meeting for the presidency of the Union. After the general meeting of the Berlin organization, the new committee met and adopted unanimously a motion that in future no Jewish or Marxist editors were to be admitted to membership. A further motion for the General Delegate Meeting was also adopted unanimously, demanding that Jewish and Marxist editors not be permitted to enter or belong to the National Union of the German Press." End of quote. Almost all Jewish editors of German papers have been dismissed, and contributions from independent journalists of Jewish faith or Jewish origin are not accepted. It must be noted that in this connection even Jewish newspaper proprietors have achieved inglorious distinction. For example, Gutermann, the Jewish proprietor of the Neue Badische Landeszeitung in Mannheim, dismissed all his Jewish editorial staff and employees as early as March 1st. Debarred from lists of assessors and juries. The silent boycott of the Jews continues in every sphere. They are being banished from all public life. The Neue Freie Presse of April 12th reports the exclusion of Jews from the lists of assessors, jurymen, and arbitrators. Quote, "The government has decided to shorten the current period of office of all assessors and jurymen to June 30th, at which date the period of office of commercial arbitrators will also be brought to a close. The new lists of assessors and jurymen will be differently constituted in the future. As in present circumstances, the municipal authorities will naturally send people of a different outlook to participate in the electoral colleges. There will no longer be any communist assessors and jurymen. The number of Social Democrats nominated will be considerably smaller than hitherto, and it is probable that no Jews will be elected. The appointment of the new commercial arbitrators will also be on the same lines. The decree just issued provides that until new elections of assessors and jurymen are held, judges need not adhere to the existing rules for bringing in lay assistants. For example, they may pass over certain names on the lists." End of quote. Jews as outcasts in sport. Even in sport, every Jew is an outcast. Although even in America colored boxers are allowed to take part in championship fights, German boxers of Jewish faith or origin are no longer allowed to appear in the boxing ring in Germany. The holder of the middleweight championship in Germany, Erich Seelig, was prevented from defending his title in Germany. He was, however, able to show his form in France. Daniel Pren, who is far and away the best tennis player in Germany, can no longer be selected to represent Germany in international matches. We await with interest the steps which are to be taken against Helena Meyer, the champion woman fencer. Although probably no one looks more pure-blooded and Nordic than she does, she is the daughter of a Jewish doctor in Offenbach. We quote the following as a good example of many similar announcements. It was printed in the Neue Freie Presse of April 28, 1933. Quote, "The German Swimming Association issues the following statement. The German Swimming Association has adopted the Aryan Clause. In what form the membership of Jews in all sports associations, and therefore in the Swimming Association, will be regulated, and whether the Aryan Clause will be incorporated in the statutes of the association, will be determined in accordance with instructions issued by the government, Meanwhile, I order that Jews shall be removed from all leading positions in the association and put into the background, and they must not appear as representatives in displays or take part in sports meetings. George Haax. The German Swimming Association is at present affiliated to the International Swimming Association, and the Aryan Clause conflicts with the statutes of the latter body, which prescribe equality of rights for everyone. The president of the International Swimming Association is, however, Binner, who was removed from the executive of the German Association because of his international outlook. Pending the final decision of the Government Commissioner of Sport, the regulations relating to official posts will be applied to Jewish members of the DSB Union. This means that only those Jews, by race, not religion, who enjoy protection under the civil service law will be allowed to take part in sports meetings." End of quote. Malicious rumors. But when business questions come in this connection also loyalty to principle takes second place. The government-controlled 12 Uhr Mittagsblatt of April 19, 1933, under the heading Malicious Rumors, gives an assurance that the race question will not be raised at the 11th Olympiad, which is to take place in Berlin in 1936. Quote, "The foreign boycott propaganda against Germany has even penetrated sport. Many foreign papers have repeatedly stated during the last few weeks that efforts are being made, especially in the United States, to transfer to another country the Olympic Games which have been arranged for Berlin in 1936, on the alleged grounds that measures will be taken in Germany to prevent Jewish sportsmen from taking part in international competitions. In reply to an official inquiry, Avery Brundage, chairman of the American Olympic Committee, stated that the International Olympic Committee had the right to select where the Olympiad would be held. The committee, which is to meet in Vienna in June, would undoubtedly consider the question. His personal opinion was that the Olympic Games should not be held in a country where the fundamental Olympic principle of the equality of all races was being violated. In connection with the premature declaration made by this leading American sportsman, it must be stated that no measures have been or will be taken in Germany which make participation in international sporting events dependent on the question of race. The world can be confident that every individual who is sent to Berlin to represent his country in the Olympic Games will be received and treated as a guest, irrespective of his race or nationality." End of quote. Passports. Special regulations are also enforced for Jewish holders of passports. The Breslau chief of police has issued instructions, quote, "that German citizens of Jewish faith, or formerly of Jewish faith, who are in possession of passports must present these in person at the police headquarters of the area in which they live, not later than April 3, 1933. The passports will be returned after they have been altered so as to make them valid only for internal traveling in Germany." End of quote. Special hours for the baths. There is hardly any possible regulation calculated to bring Jewish citizens into disrepute of which some person in authority or some administrative body has not thought. The town of Speyer in the Palatinate will live in the history of these times for its unique inventive powers. It has the glory of being the first German municipal authority to issue a regulation, quote, "that in the interests of public order, Jews may only use the municipal baths at certain hours of the day." End of quote. Other German municipal authorities were quick to follow this example. The Frankfurter Zeitung of May 24, 1933 reports, quote, "at the Tübingen council meeting on May 15th, it was moved by a National Socialist that Jews and persons of foreign race be excluded from the use of the free municipal baths. The motion was adopted with only 3 voting against it." End of quote. Shortly afterwards, the Upper Silesian newspapers published similar regulations. Dismissal of Jewish employees. It would be a mistake to think that German Jews were only thrown out of the professions. A good deal is said, and rightly so, about the outlawry of Jewish professors, doctors, lawyers, teachers, and artists, but unfortunately not so much attention is paid to the treatment of Jewish employees, small traders, and workers. But the main part of the Jewish population is covered by these categories, and the economic position of these Jews is just as difficult as that of the non-Jewish lower middle class and working class. The Nazi factory cell organizations have been most assiduous in depriving the Jewish clerks, small traders, and workers of their livelihood. A Berlin message of March 31st runs, quote, On the instructions of the National Socialist Party executive, the Factory Cell Organization instructs National Socialist Factory Cell committees, together with the workers' organizations, to visit the Jewish shops and demand 2 months' payment in advance for Christian workers and employees. The demand should also be made that all Jewish employees be dismissed. Anyone refusing to comply with these demands must be immediately reported to the party leadership, which will take the necessary steps. Punctually at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, all employees and workers in Jewish shops must leave work and take part in warning off customers. Newspapers and vital industries are accepted, but in any case all Jewish employees must be dismissed. In the Ulstein Publishing House, the whole of the responsible editorial staff of Jewish race has been granted leave of absence." End of quote. The Frankfurter Zeitung of May 28, 1933 states, quote, "It is reported in the Postnecker Handlerblatt, the official journal of the Association of German Merchants, Showmen, and Commercial Travelers, whose headquarters are at Dresden, that at a provincial conference of the Union of Traders, the question was raised whether Jewish merchants and traders would be allowed access to the markets in future. The president of the provincial organization put forth the view that the Jews must be completely rooted out." End of quote. Business is business, even for anti-Semites. The Völkischer Beobachter of April 2nd proclaims the spontaneous rise of prices on the stock exchange, now rid of Jews, as the most obvious result of the boycott movement. We know why such a point is made of this. It is to show that the fight is not against the existing system, not against capitalism, and not even against the excesses of capitalism, but that it is a competitive fight of the national profiteers against the Jewish profiteers. The members of the stock exchange can do business even on a stock exchange now rid of Jews. The fight is not against capitalism, not against private property, but against the small man, against the Aryan workers and middle class who are being hoaxed, against the Jewish employees and small traders who are being ruined, to the delight of the capitalists of Aryan and Jewish blood. The Aryan principles are regulated everywhere by the size of a man's purse. In a statement printed in the Berliner Tageblatt of March 31, 1933, Herr Oskar Wassermann, a director of the Deutsche Bank und Diskonto-Gesellschaft, correctly stated that he had not suffered the least inconvenience, and that the change of things had not made any noticeable difference so far as he was concerned, even from a social standpoint. The other Jewish capitalists may equally congratulate themselves. The National Socialist government is doing its utmost for their material well-being. It has issued reproofs to those in its lower organizations who thought that the basis of anti-Semitism was the National Socialist hostility to capitalism. It protects, if not the Jews, at least Jewish capital, business first. Capitalism, whether Aryan or represented by Jews, is not to fall a victim to the spiritual revival which the national revolution has brought to boiling point. The Frankfurter Zeitung and the Völkischer Beobachter of March 27th published the following letter addressed by the Commissioner for Trade, Dr. Wagner, to the President of the National Socialist Party Office for Municipal Politics, Mayor Fierler of Munich. Quote, "I have recently received from a number of business firms copies of circulars issued by various local authorities to a large number of manufacturers and other business concerns, with a view to ascertaining whether the concerns can be regarded as German undertakings. The questions put in the circulars are intended to discover to what extent the capital of the firm concerned is German, to what extent non-Aryan and non-German principles are connected with it, and so forth. While I am of course completely in agreement with the view that the municipalities particularly should only obtain their requirements from German firms, I nevertheless consider it necessary that a stop should be put to the measures which have been taken. The whole complex of questions raised in these circulars is not so simple that decisions can be made by a mere yes or no or on the basis of figures. It is rather the government's task to see that every undertaking in Germany, no matter where its capital comes from or who controls it, finds its place in the German economic system, and that the management of each undertaking is in future conducted exclusively from a German economic standpoint. In carrying through this necessary task, the government can, however, only be hindered if, through the action of certain authorities, a situation is created which reacts unfavorably on economic life. Our aim cannot be to ruin existing economic undertakings in Germany, even if they are worked with foreign capital and have hitherto been directed to some extent by foreign individuals, but rather to compel them to act in a German way and in conformity with the great principle laid down by our leader, the common good before private interests. I must therefore request you to use your influence as the leader of the Department of Municipal Politics to prevent further circulars of this type being issued in future, and to explain that such measures will cause a dislocation in the whole of the country's economic life which, with the best will in the world, we do not want at the present time." End of quote. With the best will in the world. They do not want any capitalist to suffer loss in this national revolution. We knew this long ago. The people who still swear by the socialist Adolf Hitler and expect him to perform the miracle of securing for the peasants higher prices and at the same time lower prices for the consumer, higher wages for the workers, and at the same time greater profits for the employers, higher salaries for civil servants together with economies to the state. These misled and incited miracle believers will before long be roused from their hypnotized state by the undeniable and inexorable fact that in the Third Empire no one gains anything but the capitalists, whether they are of Jewish or non-Jewish faith. They will learn, from what they still have to experience in the Third Empire, that the whole campaign against the Jews has only served to distract them from the struggle against the people who are really responsible for their conditions. The Aryan Clause and race officials. We have seen that the anti-Semitism of the New Germany has a biological basis, that it is racial anti-Semitism. This biological anti-Semitism dates back to the anti-Semitic campaign led by the court chaplain Stocker, which derived its ideology, that is, its pseudo-scientific justification, from Eugen Dühring's The Jewish Question as a Question of Racial Character. Race science, which used to be a hobby horse of freak writers and was never taken seriously, has now in the New Germany been declared as an official science, which means that it is now a lucrative profession. The Jews as a race. It is true that in spite of all its efforts, this science has not yet succeeded in proving that the Germans are a race. On the contrary, it is evident that the Germans are a mixed people and are very far from having any right to call themselves Nordic. But these curious research workers have not yet even succeeded in proving that the Jews are really a race. We will come to their aid. There is something in the talk of a Jewish race. But in this case, too, it is necessary to stand things on their head in order to examine the matter, which is extremely complex. That is to say, we must treat race not as an original factor, but as an artificial product, not as the beginning, but as the result of a process of evolution. To attempt to trace back the Jews of the present day to the original Jews of the Bible would be a hazardous and absurd undertaking. In the course of Jewish history, there was a constant mingling of races which it is not easy to disentangle. But from about A.D. 1000, at the end of the period of proselytism, that is, the entry of people of other faiths into the Jewish religious community, the religion and laws of the Jews themselves and the social relations in which they lived maintained an inbreeding which in duration and degree has no parallel in European history. The anthropological characteristics of race originated during this period, which in the course of more than 800 years produced a new type of human being, namely the Jew. But what is to be gained, even by proving the existence of Jewish racial characteristics, is quite another matter. The special characteristics of the Jews against which the anti-Semites pretend they are fighting are not in any way the product of race, but of the social conditions in which they live. The fact that they are a caste whose conditions of existence are prescribed by the world around them. When these imposed conditions no longer exist, then the characteristics disappear immediately. That is to say, at least in the second generation which has not had to live in these conditions. But such theoretical discussions take us a long way from the actual practice of National Socialism. In this sphere everything is much simpler and more straightforward. There is not a single question in which National Socialism has acted in accordance with its own arguments. On the contrary, it has always post factum found venal persons to justify its own barbarities as acts of culture. And if in Germany today racial research sets itself up as science, the real purpose is only to provide a new cloak for the bestialities of the existing regime. Race officials. The Frankfurter Zeitung of May 5, 1933 reports, quote, Dortmund, May 4th, TU. The government commissioner of Dortmund has issued instructions for the immediate organization of a race department in Dortmund. The assistant commissioner for health, Dr. Braus, who is to take charge of the department, has made an important statement to the press on the question of racial hygiene. He indicated that medical material relating to the 80,000 schoolchildren in Dortmund, which provided partial material for statistics of race hygiene, was already available. Thus, the department would first deal with the young persons who would constitute the next generation. At the same time, the investigations laid down under the recently published regulations would be undertaken, that is, in connection with the candidates for official positions and the students in the higher schools and universities. Investigation of the whole population would be a task for future years. The early publication of laws for the separation of the race and its division into types was to be anticipated. The essential feature of this legislation would be the prohibition of any intermingling of races in Germany. The population would also have to be divided into families whose offspring would be welcome to the state, and those whose offspring would be regarded as a burden on the nation. The logical consequence would be the demand for the compulsory sterilization of criminals and other antisocial elements. The fact that all the medical associations of Prussia had recently declared in favor of the sterilization of criminals, in the interests of the nation as a whole, proved that this demand put forward by the National Socialists was already recognized as justified by wide circles of the nation. The fundamental aim of the organization of racial hygiene could only be reached after some generations, but a government which was conscious of its responsibility was obliged to think in terms of generations." End of quote. Dr. Achim Gerke, a pushing young man, got himself appointed ministerial advisor and expert for racial research at the Ministry of the Interior. Men and submen. All of this seems relatively harmless. It is primarily directed to bring about the economic destruction of the Jewish population, but not to threaten life and limb. The following leaflet is not so harmless. It was distributed in thousands in all restaurants, and in particular was given to every German girl who was seen in company with a Jew. This document threatens every girl who is suspected of the terrible crime of being friendly with a Jew, that her face will be branded with the initials JH, Judenhor, Jewish prostitute. The assurance is given that this is no mere empty threat, but that in any circumstances it will be carried out if the girl is seen again in company with a Jew. In this we have a clearer example of the National Socialist distinction between men and submen, submen being everyone who does not think and feel as the National Socialists do. The National Socialists divide the men and the submen into different groups. In Group 1 are the pure representatives of the Nordic race. In Group 2, according to Ziel und Weg, the journal of the National Socialist doctors, are, along with, quote, inebriates, drug takers, habitual criminals, and prostitutes, all persons of foreign race, particularly Jews. End of quote. The National Socialist race theoretician, Professor Stammler, proposed on behalf of the National Socialist doctors the following law for the division of the race. Quote, 1. Every person who is of foreign racial blood to the extent of 1/2, that is, one of whose parents or two of whose grandparents were of foreign race, irrespective of their religion, is regarded as of foreign race. Foreign race means all colored races, near Asiatic and Oriental races, including the Jew. 2. In conformity with this, every adult German citizen must declare on oath at the registration office for his area to what race he belongs. In the case of persons under age, the declaration must be made by their legal representatives. False declarations will be punished with imprisonment and confiscation of property. 3. Persons ascertained to be of foreign race must in future describe themselves not as Germans, but as of foreign race, Jews from Germany, etc. 4. Persons born after the Day of Grace are to rank as Germans only when both parents are German. Younger brothers or sisters, however, rank as of the same nationality as their elder brothers or sisters whose nationality has been established by declaration. End of quote. Breeding farms. Professor Stammler, whose name has already been mentioned, writes that, quote, the aim of breeding is a physically, morally, and mentally sound person of Nordic race. End of quote. To help towards the achievement of this aim, breeding farms are to be provided. The outpourings of a certain Professor Ernst Bergmann indicate what kind of breeding farms they have in mind. Quote, "There are quite enough willing and industrious men and youths to provide mates for the available women and girls, and fortunately, one lively lad suffices for 10 to 20 girls who have not yet killed their desire for a child, were it not for the civilized nonsense, so contrary to nature, of monogamous and permanent marriage." End of quote. Professor Ernst Bergmann in Erkenntnisgeist und Muttergeist. We conclude these examples with yet another Bill for the Preservation of Race Purity, which contains the following. Quote, 1. Marriages between Germans and persons of foreign races are prohibited. Those which have already been contracted remain valid, but new marriages must not be entered into and will not be recognized. 2. Extramatrimonial sexual intercourse between Germans and persons of foreign race will be punished with penal servitude for the person of foreign race and imprisonment for the German party. Prostitutes do not come under this law. 3. The entry into Germany of persons of foreign race is only allowed in special circumstances. The settlement in Germany of persons of foreign race is prohibited. 4. Changes of name, which in most cases are for the sole purpose of concealing the race of the person concerned, are prohibited until further notice. Changes of name made since 1914 are cancelled. End of quote. It may be objected that this kind of nonsense has no real connection with the mass movement, that these race hygienists are only on the edge of the movement, which cannot be regarded as responsible for them. This suggestion is not well founded. A man like Professor Stammler is the official advisor on these questions. The bills drafted by him were introduced by the National Socialist fraction in the Reichstag. They are therefore typical and must be taken seriously as agitation material. Liquidation of the Jewish question. We have given a small number of examples out of the massive incidents in the war of extermination which is being waged against 600,000 German Jews. These documents and facts are typical of the artificially nurtured hatred of the Jews, who have once more in Europe's history been given the role of scapegoats. We have tried to show that in general this fanaticism is not directed against those who were first made the object of hatred, the big bankers, merchants, and speculators. The wrath of the people has once more been turned aside against the lesser fry, against the Jewish middle class and the Jewish working class. Forced denials. What action did the Jews in Germany take? They protested against the foreign atrocity propaganda. Under the pressure of the stormtroopers, they sent out into the world documents which were the product of mortal fear. Often their fear has made them go further than is necessary. No one can blame them. Not every man is a born hero. And eventually an enterprising man got the idea of publishing these denials which had been forced from the Jews in book form under the title The Atrocity Propaganda. The government-controlled Berliner Tageblatt devotes 2 columns to this extremely welcome book, but no one in the world will let himself be led to believe that it was not written by men in fear of their lives and their liberty, and that they were not compelled against their better knowledge to spread the lie that there is no persecution of Jews in Germany. Jews who support Hitler. There are even Jews who support Hitler. In the Jewish press, Wien, Bratislava of March 31st, the organ of the Orthodox Jews, a rabbi, Professor Dr. Weinberg, writes as follows, quote, "In Jewish circles generally, and particularly in Orthodox circles, there is more sympathy and understanding for the national revival in Germany than the leaders of this movement realize. The religious Jews know how particularly grateful they must be to Hitler for his energetic and thoroughgoing fight against communism." End of quote. The central organ of German Zionists, the Jüdische Rundschau, adopts the same attitude. Quote, "Jewish history will understand even Hitler. It will cite him as evidence of the fact that history is made up of the imponderables of human endeavor towards an ideal, no matter what this may be." End of quote. We have already quoted the statement made by the third partner in the alliance with Jewish orthodoxy and Jewish nationalism, Jewish capitalism, the statement made by Oskar Wassermann, director of the Deutsche Bank und Discounter Gesellschaft, that he has not suffered the least inconvenience and that he has hardly been able to notice the change in things. Lenin on anti-Semitism. We have not hushed up these statements. On the contrary, They seem to us convincing proof that in the last analysis, the Jewish question, too, is not a question of race, but a class question. The similar experience in Russia under the Tsardom is summarized by Lenin as follows. Quote, "The propagation of hostility against the Jews is described as anti-Semitism. When the accursed Tsarist monarchy was at its last gasp, it tried to incite the ignorant workers and peasants against the Jews. The Tsar's police, in league with the landlords and the capitalists, organized pogroms. They tried to deflect the hatred of the workers and peasants, crushed down by want, from the landlords and exploiters and turn it against the Jews. It has often been the same in other countries too. The capitalists have roused up hostility against the Jews in order to throw dust in the eyes of the workers and distract them from the real enemy of the toiling peoples, capital. It is not the Jews who are the enemy of the toiling people. The enemies of the workers are the capitalists of every country. There are workers, toilers among the Jews. These form the majority. They are our brothers, our comrades in the fight for socialism, because they are oppressed by capital. There are kulaks, exploiters, capitalists among the Jews, as among all other peoples. The capitalists strive to arouse hostility between the workers of different religious beliefs, of different nations and races. The rich Jews, like the rich Russians and the rich people of all countries, all in league with each other, trample on, oppress, and contaminate the workers. Shame and contempt upon the accursed Tsarism which tortured and persecuted the Jews. Shame and contempt upon those who sow hostility against the Jews and hatred against other nations." End of quote. End of Chapter 8. Recorded by Colleen McMahon.
Chapter 9, Part 1 of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Warren Kati, Gurnee, Illinois. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Chapter 9. The Concentration Camps. Part 1. On the basis of statements published in the press, the total number of political prisoners in Hitler's Germany at the beginning of June 1933 must be put at about 60 to 70,000. Of this total, between 35 and 40,000 men and women have been taken to concentration camps. It goes without saying that there is no legal justification for the establishment of concentration camps. There are no laws or regulations determining the rights of prisoners in concentration camps, nor is there any law or regulation governing the length of their detention in the camps. Till our leader takes pity on them. The Neue Zürcher Zeitung, in an article on the concentration camps in Germany published on May 8, 1933, states that the prisoners will be divided into two groups, those whom it is easy and those whom it is difficult to train as citizens, and that the former will be kept in the camps 1 year, the latter 3 years. But this is merely the personal opinion of the reporter, not an official statement. Banishment to the concentration camps, and also the length of the period of detention, are entirely determined by the arbitrary will of the fascist chiefs, central and local. Lieutenant Kaufmann, one of the Nazi controllers of the concentration camp at Heuberg in Baden, put the position very clearly in an interview which he gave at the end of April to a reporter of the Danish paper Politiken. In reply to the question, "How long will you keep the prisoners here?" the lieutenant replied, quote, "Till our leader takes pity on them." End quote. The Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung of April 30, 1933, confirms this statement by Lieutenant Kaufmann insofar as it says, quote, "It will be a long while before many of the prisoners get their freedom. for the will of the prisoners is not easy to break." End quote. If I even knew why I am here. The men and women who have been interned in the concentration camps are completely innocent, even within the meaning of the principle of the fascist state. All socialist and communist workers and leaders who, in the government's view, have done anything against the laws of the fascist regime are not put into the concentration camps, but are locked up in prisons and penal settlements and brought before special courts and sentenced. The people who are interned in the concentration camps are only men and women whose political views are regarded by the fascists as suspect, though even the fascist prosecutors cannot find any pretext for a criminal prosecution against them. Most of them were arrested immediately after the burning of the Reichstag and the elections on March 5th, so that they could not conceivably have carried on any activity hostile to the fascist regime. Towards the end of April, the Politiken published some letters from prisoners in concentration camps. One young worker writes, "If I only knew why I am here." A doctor writes, "Only anonymous and personal revenge can be the reason for my imprisonment." Another man writes, "I have nothing to reproach myself with. I have no idea why I was arrested." The trivial things which suffice to bring people into the concentration camps are well illustrated by the case of the Jewish religious teacher Karl Krebs, who is a citizen of Czechoslovakia and has been in Germany since he was a year old. The following order was issued for his arrest. Quote, "The Jewish teacher of religion, Karl Krebs, of Dinkelsbühl, a Czechoslovakian subject, is to be arrested. On March 29, 1933, Krebs killed some hens, creating great dissatisfaction among the population. Although this was not a criminal act, in view of the great excitement among the population in connection with the atrocity campaign of the Jews abroad, Krebs should not have carried out such an act. The excitement among the population is so great that Krebs must be put under arrest in order to protect him from attacks. The order for his protective arrest is issued in agreement with the Commissioner Burgomaster Ittemeyer in Wassertrudingen. Dinkelsbühl, March 29, 1933. End quote. Krebs is still in prison. What the concentration camps are for. Captain Buck, Nazi chief of the Heuberg concentration camp, told the reporter of the Politiken that the purpose of the concentration camps was, quote, "to punish the prisoners," end quote. In some of the camps, as prisoners who have been released report, the prisoners have to register as Convict X. In accordance with the regulations for penal settlements, their heads have even been shaved. The London Daily Telegraph of April 27, 1933, confirms this in a cable from its Vienna correspondent R.G. Gedde. The convicts have not seen a judge and will not see one. The National Socialist leaders have repeatedly stated that internment in the concentration camps is a purely administrative measure, that it is a question of protective detention. The Nazis told the Politiken correspondent, quote, "We have had to intern many of these individuals in order to protect them from the vengeance of the people. They would have been lynched by the patriotic mob, who regard these criminals as the instigators of the November Revolution." End quote. This statement is an outright lie. The extraordinarily strict watch on the camps is not for the sake of protecting the interned socialists and communists. The machine guns in front of the camps are to make any attempts at flight or rescue impossible. Wherever there have been so-called demonstrations against arrested persons, the tumult and rioting has been organized by the fascists. The transfer of the former Social Democratic minister MARLEY to a concentration camp, which was organized as a great popular entertainment, shows this clearly. The Volkischer Beobachter of May 17, 1933, published the following report, headed "In the Pillory." Quote, "On Tuesday, the former state president and minister, Dr. Adam MARLEY, recently president of the German Consumers Purchasing Cooperative Society in Hamburg, who, a few days ago, was brought from there to Karlsruhe at the request of the government, was taken in an open police car from the prison at the western end of the town to the office of the chief of police. With MARLEY were also Stenz, whom he had placed in the Ministry of the Interior, the former Baden councillor and member of the Reichstag, Marum, the editor of the Karlsruhe Social Democratic paper Volksfreund, Grunenbaum, the former police commissioner, Führer and the Baden leaders of the Reichsbanner and the Iron Front, as well as other members of the Social Democratic Party. From the police headquarters, they were then taken to a penal settlement at Kieslau, now a concentration camp. A gigantic crowd had assembled outside the prison and greeted the prisoners with jeers and catcalls. A double row of Nazi protective corpsmen marched with linked arms in front of the first police car, on which the prisoners were seated bareheaded, to clear the street. A second police car followed the first, filled with stormtroopers. The procession was also flanked by stormtroopers, and others brought up the rear. The police cars drove quite slowly through a double wall of onlookers, often 8 deep. Catcalls and abuse greeted the prisoners all the way along the streets. The song of the miller was also sung everywhere, by way of mocking MARLEY, who had once been a miller's laborer and had forbidden the singing of this song in Baden. The procession passed in front of the Diet buildings and the government offices, as well as the former trade union building, at each of which a short halt was made. Along the way, bands also played the song of the miller. The concourse was so immense that the whole of the tramway and motor traffic was stopped. A number of persons who shouted "Red Front" were arrested on the spot and taken along in the second police car. End quote. The report shows clearly that this was an organized demonstration with carefully prepared shouting. In short, that it was one of those spectacles which the Reich Minister of Propaganda, Goebbels, uses to entertain the crowd and to make it, for a while, forget its hunger. Protective arrest. Protective detention in Germany is strictly governed by the law of 1849 on the restriction of personal freedom. By this law, only persons who are themselves threatened may be taken into protective arrest. This must not be continued longer than is necessary for the purpose, and in no case longer than 3 months. The law provides for the lodging of appeals and a decision by the courts. But all those who are now imprisoned were arrested not in their own interest, but to protect the new rulers. They are being kept longer than 3 months, and they have no right to appeal. 45 concentration camps. How many concentration camps are there, and how many people are detained in them? The German government, probably with good reason, avoids giving any exact information. On the basis of a few reports in the German press, occasional statements by Nazi leaders, and visits of foreign journalists, it is possible to draw the conclusion that early in July 1933 there were 45 concentration camps with between 35,000 and 40,000 prisoners. The following are some of the camps: Dachau, near Munich, Bavaria, 5,000 prisoners. Heuberg, Upper Baden, 2,000 prisoners. Kieslau, near Buchsal, Baden, 100 prisoners. Rastatt, Baden, 300 prisoners. Bad Dürkheim, Baden, 500 prisoners. Pfalz, 2,000 prisoners. Mülheim, Rhine, 2,000 prisoners. Hohenstein, Saxony, 800 prisoners. Ortenstein, Zwickau, Saxony, 200 prisoners. Zittau, Saxony, 300 prisoners. Ohrdruf, Thuringia, 1,200 prisoners. Oranienburg, near Berlin, 1,500 prisoners. Sonnenburg, Prussia, 414 prisoners. Sennelager, Paderborn, 900 men, 30 women. Esterwagen, Westphalia, 500 prisoners. Wilsede, Lünenberger Heide, 2,000 prisoners. Königstein, Saxony, 200 prisoners. A concentration camp at Papenburg, Emsland, has been equipped for 4,000 prisoners. Other camps are at Ginsheim and Rodelheim, near Frankfurt, Langen and Osthofen in Hessen, Kassel, Fuhlsbüttel and Wittmoor near Hamburg, Bremen, Braunschweig, Gründahl near Königsberg, and another in East Prussia, Schleswig, Pomerania, Breslau. There are 6 camps in Brandenburg province, 5 in the Ruhr area, and a number in central Germany. The number of prisoners in these camps is not known. In the middle of May, the government decided to open 10 new concentration camps. The Frankfurter Zeitung of May 30th, 1933, reports that a second concentration camp will be opened at Heuberg for such prisoners as are not to be released before the winter. Women and intellectuals in the camps. There are hundreds of women among the prisoners in the concentration camps. The communist women members of the Reichstag and of the state diets, insofar as they were found, were first taken to the women's prison in the Barnumstrasse in Berlin, before they were taken to the concentration camp. This prison has been organized as a collecting and transit station for arrested women. Early in June, a special concentration camp for women was organized in South Germany. An official announcement dated June 8, 1933, states, quote, "A detention camp for women has been organized at Gotzel, near Gmund in Württemberg." End quote. A second concentration camp for women was opened in Saxony a few days later. All reports agree that the women in the prisons and concentration camps are being subjected to exceptionally bad treatment and persecution. All kinds of views and professions and ages are represented among the prisoners in the concentration camps. Communists, anarchists, social democrats, adherents of the Center Party, pacifists, Jews, young and old people, workers, intellectuals, artists, students, members of parliamentary bodies, lawyers, doctors, writers, tradesmen, well-known names and unknown names. Martin Buber, the gray-haired Zionist poet, Karl von Ossietzky, the revolutionary pacifist editor of the Weltbühne, the anarchist Erich Mühsam, the Bavarian member of parliament, Auer, the Democratic member of the Reichstag, Fischer, the Social Democrat members of the Reichstag, Rossmann and Pfluger, the barrister Hans Litten, the doctors Schmidtke and Bernheim, and many others of similar standing. The truth breaks through. The Hitler government has done its best to conceal the conditions in the concentration camps. The Committee for the Victims of Fascism has nevertheless succeeded in obtaining from prisoners who have succeeded in getting away, and from relatives of prisoners, a considerable amount of material which throws light on the terrible condition of the prisoners in the concentration camps. In spite of the Nazi guards and barbed wire, the truth has broken through to the outside world. Foreign journalists have been allowed to see some of the model camps, such as those at Heuberg, Dachau, and Oranienburg. Nazi stormtroopers accompanied the press representatives everywhere. There was no opportunity of separate conversation with any of the prisoners. The descriptions given by these correspondents are therefore general impressions of the arrangement of the camps rather than observations of actual conditions. But where the journalists were able, even though in a very restricted way, to describe the objective conditions, or where, as in the case of Edmund Taylor of the Chicago Daily Tribune, they were able to put a few questions to prisoners in a foreign language, the truth also comes to light in the newspaper reports. Anyone who wants to help get the truth about the German concentration camps must support the demand for an international commission of members of all the relief committees to have the right to visit every camp, not under the control of the commandants of the camps and of Nazi guards, but to make their visits without warning, with the right to investigate conditions in every detail and to talk to every prisoner without interference. The convict prisons of Sonnenburg and Fuhlsbüttel were closed down some years ago because they were buildings belonging to the Middle Ages and were absolutely unhygienic from a modern standpoint. Even habitual criminals were no longer sent there. In Fuhlsbüttel, there are no closets and no drains. Detention in this prison is acute torture, particularly in the hot part of the year. But these are the prisons which the Hitler government has now established as concentration camps. Among the prisoners at Sonnenburg are Litten, Kasper, Ossietzky, and Mühlsam. The concentration camp at Zittau was formerly a bookshop, so that the comforts of this camp can be imagined. The concentration camp at Dachau, according to a report in the Daily Telegraph of April 25, 1933, consists of old half-decayed huts. Oranienburg is the model camp which has been shown to a number of foreign journalists and of which the Nazis have broadcast photographs. An abandoned factory, formerly a brewery. The works have fallen into ruin. The windows are simply broken glass. The yard is covered with grass and weeds. This is how the Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung of April 30, 1933, describes Oranienburg. We are in possession of a confidential report from a German woman journalist who accompanied a foreign correspondent as interpreter when he visited the camp at Oranienburg. Quote, "Only one single pump in the courtyard. The prisoners, of whom there are between 100 and 200, have to wash in 5 old wash basins which stand in the courtyard. The rooms where they sleep are old workshops, which are in ruins. A few inches of dirty straw cover the cement floor." End quote. The Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung of April 30, 1933, confirms that the prisoners have to sleep on straw. In Dachau, according to the description given by Gide, in the Daily Telegraph of April 25, 1933, 54 prisoners sleep in a small hut on rough wooden boards covered with straw. The interpreter who has already been mentioned describes the appalling conditions in such a dormitory at Oranienburg. Quote, "Already by evening, when the prisoners are locked in, The place stinks as if a herd of wild animals had spent the night there. But it is impossible to describe the air after it has been slept in by 50 or more men whose clothes are unwashed and whose sweating bodies fill the room with vapor." End quote. The model camp at Heuberg. The concentration camp at Heuberg is the showplace among the camps. It is exhibited to all foreign reporters, who for the most part describe the external appearance of the camp and its environment, but do not deal with the internal rooms and dormitories. At the end of May, the Frankfurter Zeitung published a detailed report on a visit to the Heuberg camp, which testifies to the extremely close guard kept on the prisoners and the military drill imposed on them. The young Nazis are forbidden to enter into conversation with prisoners, owing to the fear that they might be influenced politically. The report runs, quote, "The old parade ground is now used as a concentration camp. Going in through a lattice fence, we could see the whole camp spread out before us. First, there are the offices, a post office and the officials' quarters, with little gardens. Then left and right, the former quarters of the Reichswehr soldiers. Here, at a height of 2,700 feet, where there is little green to be seen, 2,000 prisoners are herded together in small rooms. The houses are shut in by iron railings. Tall barbed wire fences run round the buildings in a double line, so that there is a space between them. The concentration camp is divided into sections. The stormtroopers are on guard, with rifles, by the iron railings. Both sides of the barbed wire fences are guarded by auxiliary police. The windows are empty. It is forbidden to look out. At night, searchlights play on the sides of the building. Each building is divided into two sections, A and B. There is one latrine between them in the courtyard. Left and right of the staircase on each floor are large rooms, and between them the former sergeant major's room, now labeled control officers. There are 3 of these, one storm troop officer for each of the large rooms, and a police sergeant who maintains contact with the police officer in charge. At the entrance to the prisoner's room, there is a register containing the names of the 36 prisoners, name, place of birth, address. The storm troop officer pulls out his key. We hear, "Look out!" shouted inside, and the voices in the room are silent. Chairs are pushed back. The prisoners rise to their feet when the control officer enters. The prisoners sit on little stools at long, smooth tables, playing chess. They have made the pieces themselves. There are practically no papers or books to be seen. Each room is provided with one newspaper, which is usually read aloud by someone. There are small square cupboards along the wall, in which eating utensils are kept. While the young Nazi auxiliary police, all of whom come from the countryside, are forbidden to have any dealings with the prisoners, the Nazi officers are charged with the duty of bringing their political influence to bear on the prisoners in the room under their control. Correspondence is controlled by the officials. Each prisoner can write a letter or card once a fortnight. The officer in charge has to determine from these letters the general conduct of the prisoners and official and private conversations with them, which of the prisoners show any prospect of changing their political views. End quote. We can supplement this report with information given us in a letter from the Heuberg camp. The writer's name cannot be disclosed for the reason that he is still in the camp. Quote, "There are 2,000 comrades in Heuberg, most of them communists. They are kept in 7 or 8 two-story buildings. Each double block and single block are separated off by barbed wire fences 2 meters high. In rooms 12 meters by 8, 30 men are housed. In the top rooms, 4 to 12 men according to the size of the rooms. The beds, in 2 tiers, consist of a straw sack and 2 blankets. There are no baths. The reporter of De Telegraaf, the Amsterdam paper, says in a report of April 5th that the prisoners get a bath once a month. Evidently, this does not apply to all prisoners. The editors. Soap is not provided. Anyone who wants it must buy it. Linen is not provided, and there is no washing. Towels are in short supply, one between 2 prisoners. Open razors are forbidden. Shaving is difficult, so beards are becoming the latest achievement of the German awakening. End quote. Captain Buck, who is in control of the camp, told the Politiken reporter that Heuberg is not a sanatorium, either in comfort or in hygiene. He is right. These camps are breeding grounds of disease, and but few will leave them sound. The guards round the camp. The prisoners in the camps are kept under extraordinarily strict control. Nazi stormtroopers are patrolling everywhere, armed with rubber truncheons, rifles, and revolvers. Many of the patrols are accompanied by police dogs. The official photographs show this. It is confirmed by the Politiken, the Telegraaf, and the Daily Telegraph, and by every prisoner's letters. In the Daily Telegraph of April 27, 1933, Gedde reports that the concentration camp at Dachau is surrounded by a high wire fence, which is charged with high-voltage electricity. Machine guns are kept ready at the main posts. The correspondents of the Telegraph and Politiken were struck by the mass of barbed wire and railings from which escape was impossible. At night, the camp is lighted up by gigantic searchlights. The light prevents the prisoners from sleeping. The Telegraph of April 5, 1933 says, quote, "If anyone opens a window to get a breath of air, he is shot at." End quote. The camp at Oranienburg has low factory walls on one side, and on the other, where the prisoners take exercise, quite low shrubbery. Do none of the prisoners try to get away? The journalist who visited the camp with a foreign correspondent put this question. The reply, quote, "There is no danger of flight here. The guards are armed and have strict instructions to shoot at once if any of the prisoners cross the boundary marked by the bushes. Besides, why should they try to get away? Things are all right for them here. Even when they are allowed to go, they don't want to." End quote. The questioner, quote, "But that is impossible." Unquote. The reply, quote, "The day before yesterday we received instructions to set one man free. He would not go and had to be taken to the station by force. Ask the others whether this is so or not." End quote. The journalist continues her report. Quote, "It is a fact that there have been cases of prisoners not wanting their liberty. But why? The orders for release come, as a rule, at night or at a very early hour of the morning. At that time it is easier to shoot a prisoner on the way. And then the following day the papers report, 'Marxist shot when trying to escape.'" End quote. In fact, these low bushes are meant to tempt prisoners to flight, but flight means death. Grouping of prisoners. The arbitrary decisions which have brought the concentration camps into being have also divided the prisoners into 3 categories. A. Easily reformable, German nationals, Bavarian guards, and political followers. B. Not easily reformable. C. Unreformable. Communist leaders and officials and intellectuals of left views are put in the last category, and the worst treatment is meted out to them. In the report on the Heuberg camp, which has already been quoted, this fact is confirmed. Quote, Prisoners who, on the basis of documents and reports, are classified as unreformable are put into the old building, numbers 19 and 23. There, everything is much stricter. The controlling officer does not have any conversation with them. The time allowed for exercise is restricted to 10 minutes. Permission to smoke and talk is given less frequently, and they are not allowed to work, which, with the other prisoners, gives the opportunity for a few hours of physical activity and entitles them to extra food." End quote. The commandants of the camps compete with each other in inventing more and more ingenious punishments. Prisoners have their free time shortened. Permission to write letters is granted less often or taken away altogether. They are not permitted to have visitors for a long period. They are forbidden to take part in the general conversation during their free time. They are isolated and particularly sharply controlled. They are forbidden to smoke. They are given long periods of arrest with only 10 minutes exercise, or are confined in a dark room. Disciplinary punishments, which are frequently used, are additional exercise, continued for several hours, drilling, longer work hours, and particularly unaccustomed and irritating work. In some of the concentration camps, prisoners against whom the Nazis have a particular grudge have even been kept in chains. According to the Daily Telegraph report of April 27, 1933, refractory prisoners, for example at Dachau, are not allowed out of the tiny huts and may not go into the open air. The report of the woman journalist already referred to describes a cell in the Oranienburg camp in which, quote, "not easily reformable," unquote, prisoners are kept. Quote, "A hole in the wall, shut in by an iron door, and without any other ventilation but the door. We were shown one of these rooms empty, but this was an hour after we had begun to inspect the camp, so that evidently the prisoners had first been taken out. Then, of the 120 prisoners in the camp, 30 were missing. Were they perhaps behind that iron door, which we were not allowed to examine more closely?" End quote. At Heuberg, an elderly lawyer complained of the bad food. For making this complaint, he was condemned to sleep 15 nights on the roof of the barracks without any shelter. Captain Buck, however, assured the Telegraph reporter, April 5, 1933, that there were no detention cells in the Heuberg camp. Manhandled and beaten. All reports are unanimous on the fact that the unimprovable prisoners are being treated in such a way that their physical ruin is inevitable. The aim is the physical extermination of the organizers of the German working class. Captain Buck assured the representative of the Politiken that no one was mishandled in the concentration camps. Quote, "No blows, no punishments," end quote, he asserted. But the government's press itself indicates that this is not true. The Angriff of April 1st writes, quote, "A Reichsbanner man was interrogated. He gave an insolent reply. However, a friendly but pointed look at his own rubber truncheon sufficed to bring home to him the seriousness of the position." End quote. The maltreatment that must go on in this camp if a glance at a rubber truncheon is enough to bring home to a prisoner the seriousness of the position is confirmed by the Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung of April 30th, 1933. Quote, "For it was only by laying hold of them and carrying through the interrogation with merciless severity that we have succeeded in discovering the underground terror almost to its full extent. But the resistance of individual prisoners has still to be broken." End quote. This report confirms that torture is used in the interrogations. We have a report of the correspondent of the Chicago Daily Tribune, Edmund Taylor. He managed to speak in English and French with some of the prisoners in the Heuberg camp, so that the stormtroopers accompanying him did not know what was said. Many of the prisoners expressly stated that in that camp severe mishandling was a frequent occurrence. Similar reports come from the Schloss Ortenstein camp near Zwickau. Visitors to this camp have declared on oath that they saw bleeding wheals and green and blue patches on the arms and hands of prisoners. There can be no doubt whatever that these are the result of maltreatment. The mishandling was particularly severe when the stormtroopers were in charge of the prisoners. When they were replaced by police, the position became more bearable, but the stormtroopers have been put into the Ortenstein camp again since the beginning of May. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Warren Kati, Gurnee, Illinois. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Chapter 9, The Concentration Camps, Part 2. The Hell of Sonnenburg. The concentration camp at Sonnenburg must be dealt with separately. Letters and reports from prisoners, and even official statements, show beyond doubt that Sonnenburg is a real torture chamber. Working-class leaders and intellectuals are subjected to the most disgraceful maltreatment. Throughout Germany, the camp is known as the Sonnenburg Hell. A letter from a worker who escaped from Sonnenburg gives a terrible description of the conditions there. Quote, "The first batches of prisoners were met at Sonnenburg Station by stormtroop detachments and police. They were compelled to sing and were literally beaten to the camp. The inhabitants of Sonnenburg can testify to this. When they arrived at the camp, the prisoners were compelled to stand in the courtyard in streaming rain. Then the first ones were taken to the rooms. Each had to fetch straw for himself from another floor. Stormtroopers were standing on the stairs, and they beat the prisoners mercilessly with their rubber truncheons. Some were made to empty the closet pails of the Nazis, in the course of which they were again brutally mishandled. One stormtrooper held a prisoner's head between his legs, while another stormtrooper beat him. The comrades were compelled to count the blows in a loud voice. Some of the prisoners received as many as 185 blows. In addition, they were kicked and otherwise manhandled. Those treated worst were comrades Litten, Wiener, Bernstein, Kasper, Schneller, and the Jewish prisoners. Our old friend Musem suffered terribly. Now things are a little different, but instead we have extremely severe military drill, worse than when I was a recruit. Most of the time we have to be exercising outside, marching and singing. The first 3 weeks were the worst. In the single cells we were attacked in the night and terribly beaten. The backs of many comrades were quite black. I don't know whether Litten will get through with his life. The wives of several of the Sonnenburg prisoners raised such sharp protests that Mittelbach, of the Public Prosecutor's Department, was sent to Sonnenburg to investigate. Litten begged him to have him shot, as he could no longer bear the brutal mishandling that was being inflicted on him." End quote. The Sonnenburger Anzeiger of April 7, 1933, reported, quote, "The prisoners had to march from the station to the former convict prison singing the national hymns, the rubber truncheons of the Berlin Auxiliary Police often helping them along." End quote. This account by one of the Sonnenburg prisoners is confirmed by letters from Frau Musham and Frau Kasper, who visited their husbands in Sonnenburg. Frau Musham writes, quote, "They have beaten our husbands to the point of death. Eric, I saw him, and I did not recognize him, Teresa. I did not recognize him among the others. How they have been beaten! They have cut off his beard and knocked out his teeth. They made him carry his trunk. He fell down on the road. Then the beasts beat him terribly as he lay on the road and could not get up. When I reached Sonnenburg, there he was sitting, completely broken, and he was horrified that I had come. His first words were, 'How can you have come to this hell? You won't get out alive. They will kill you, because you have seen us and how we have been mishandled.' When I saw Kasper, I had to keep control of myself not to faint. It was all the more ghastly as I had seen him 3 days before. He was standing, leaning against the wall, his face white and absolutely mutilated. There was blood running down from one eye, which was quite blue, to his mouth. His mouth was black and swollen as if someone had stamped on his face. He could hardly speak or move, with the pains he had all over his body." End quote. The wives of the political prisoners Bernstein and Geisler succeeded in forcing the control authorities to grant them a permit to visit Sonnenburg. Frau Bernstein writes, quote, "I felt as if it was a stranger in front of me. His eyes and the skin around them were blood-red and badly swollen. Across his face there were broad weals from blows with rubber truncheons. I was not allowed to get close to him, but his whole body must be battered. During the whole time he stayed quite still, in a strange position." End quote. Frau Geisler writes, quote, "When I saw my husband he was so changed, and his face was so terribly swollen, that I had to keep myself in hand not to scream with horror." End quote. A prisoner who succeeded in escaping from Sonnenburg and getting over the German frontier reports, quote, "There are 414 political prisoners in Sonnenburg, among them Karl von Ossietzky, who was arrested on February 28th. One of his fellow prisoners, who was 13 days in Sonnenburg and now has been able to get across the frontier, saw Ossietzky in the hospital ward. Bent double, sunken features, his face yellow, his hands moving nervously, shambling gait. That is his description of Ossietzky. The other Sonnenburg prisoners, Dr. Wiener, whose whole body had been beaten black and blue, the communist Bernstein, whose kidneys have been injured by blows, and who can now only walk with a crutch, Erich Musham, who with Kasper were forced to dig a grave for themselves, being told that they were to be shot the following morning. One night they broke the window of Kasper's cell and pushed a revolver through, threatening to shoot him. Then they rushed into his cell and beat him with rubber truncheons. The daily program in Sonnenburg is 5:15 a.m. Get up, empty the closets. There are no drains in Sonnenburg. Clean the cells, wash, exercise, etc. 8:30 a.m. Breakfast. 9 to 10 military drill, singing of Hitler songs. 10:30 until noon, rest and dinner. 12:30 until 5:30 p.m. military drill and gymnastics. 6 p.m. supper. 6:30 until 7:30 exercise. 7:30 until 8:30 free time, prisoners all together. End quote. The mishandling in the Sonnenburg camp was so inhuman that the new police commander of the camp, appointed on April 11th, felt compelled to make a report on it to his superior officer. he received orders from above to destroy the copy of this letter. Most of the pieces of this torn-up copy have come into our hands. Sonnenburg, 18 May 1933. Concerning certain occurrences since I took over the prison on 11/4/1933. Quote, on taking up my post on the 11/4/1933, I ascertained that no order was maintained in this prison, especially by the storm troop men. Irregularities in the main concerned 1. Treatment of prisoners by the storm troop men, 2. Attitude of storm troopers to the administration officials, 3. Conduct of storm troopers among themselves, 4. Conduct of storm troopers in public, 5. The situation with regard to pay of the storm troopers. In regard to point 1, a section of the prisoners, especially the prominent ones, were extremely severely mishandled by members of the storm troops. To put a stop to this mishandling, the injured prisoners have been kept under control of word missing officers. I threatened the storm troop men that if missing were repeated, I would have the storm troopers kept under strict control day and night to put a stop to the missing on prisoners. In spite of this, I have established 2 instances of prisoners being struck. In view of the way the storm troopers support each other, especially in connection with such incidents, the investigations I set on foot proved fruitless. I have therefore threatened the storm troopers that the slightest incident of this sort again will lead to my dismissing the guards on duty at the time, that is, the whole of the storm troop. In regard to point 2, there is continuous conflict between the storm troop men and the administration officials on the question of pay. In spite of reasonable advances against pay, the storm troop men feel that they are being prejudiced, and they hold Police Inspector Pelz to blame. Their attitude toward Police Inspector Pelz was carried so far that only my personal intervention brought them to reason. When the storm troopers were withdrawn on the 24th of April, 1933, I had to place an armed police guard at Pelz's house to prevent any violence. In regard to point 3, there were frequent conflicts among the storm troop men, generally over trivialities. End quote. Here the report breaks off. Compulsory labor. The National Socialist minister Frick stated that the prisoners in the concentration camps were to be trained to become useful citizens. In fact, the work that they are forced to do is absolutely useless. A neutral visitor to the Oranienburg camp describes what he saw as follows. Quote, the work, if we can call it work, is the most pointless labor, both for prisoners and warders, that it is possible to imagine. 3 young workers were driving 6 of their fellow unemployed to pull grass out of the ground as quickly as possible. Behind the factory building, water is being splashed about. Some dozens of men are busy trying to clean the old building. It is even worse where the wood is being cleared. The trees have already been removed. The prisoners, under heavy guard, are trying to dig out the gigantic roots with their fingers. Storm troop men drive on workers who are old enough to be their grandfathers. Old sow, red swine, and so forth. End quote. Compulsory drill. After the compulsory labor comes the compulsory drill. According to official statements, the time from 1:30 to 5:30 p.m. is allotted to drill. This is severe military drill and military exercises of an extremely exhausting character, which the prisoners are compelled to carry out for hours at a time. And so for days, weeks, and months, the same futile work, the same futile and exhausting drill has to be carried out, on food which is entirely inadequate. Ordinary prisoners can at least count the days to their release, but the prisoners in concentration camps have no idea when they will be set free. The barbarous treatment the prisoners receive, the exhausting work and drill, the low diet, and the hopelessness of their position has driven many to suicide. The Politiken correspondent who visited the Heuberg camp early in April 1933 reported that, quote, Captain Buck answered my question quite willingly. He admitted that attempts at suicide are not infrequent at this camp. End quote. But there are also repeated cases which are officially reported as shot while trying to escape. The falsity of such reports is obvious. The camps are most closely guarded, with armed patrols, police dogs, and searchlights at night. The prisoner must realize the hopelessness of any attempt to escape. And for that reason, there are few real attempts to escape from the camps. The murders in the camp, however, are systematically reported as shot while trying to escape. Dachau, the murder camp. 14 cases of murder in the Dachau camp, near Munich, became known in the course of a few weeks. In the middle of April, the official Wolf Telegraph Bureau reported, quote, Munich, April 14, WTB. In the Dachau concentration camp near Munich, communists made an attempt to escape. The stormtroop police found themselves compelled to use their guns. They brought down 4 communists, of whom 3 were killed on the spot, and 1 was mortally wounded. End quote. According to the Daily Telegraph of April 27, 1933, the commandant of the Dachau camp confirmed this report to the English journalist Gede. The names were not stated in the official announcement. The victims were described as communists, but it soon became known that they were not communists, but middle-class Jews. A prisoner who was in the Dachau camp describes the murder as follows. Quote, a few days ago, we were going out as usual to work. All of a sudden, the Jewish prisoners, Goldmann, a merchant, Benario, a lawyer from Nuremberg, and the merchants, Artur and Erwin Kahn, were ordered to fall out of the ranks. Without even a word, some stormtroop men shot at them. They had not made any attempt to escape. All were killed on the spot. All had bullet wounds in their foreheads. They were buried secretly, no one being allowed to be present. Then a meeting was called, and a stormtroop leader made a speech in which he told us that it was a good thing these 4 Jewish sows were dead. They had been hostile elements who had no right to live in Germany. They had received their due punishment. End quote. We have particulars of 13 similar murders at Dachau. 2 of the most brutal cases were the murder of the communist members of the Diet, Dressel and Getz. The former was tortured to death, and the latter was shot after weeks of brutal maltreatment. Tens of thousands in prison. The 35,000 to 40,000 prisoners in the concentration camps are not the only political prisoners in Germany. In addition, there are the prisoners awaiting trial and those who have been sentenced to imprisonment and penal servitude. Their number is growing every day. Every day the press announces new mass arrests. In the second half of June, the number of new arrests was higher than in any previous period. Sometimes 1,000 arrests are made in a day. Thus, for example, in Seftenberg, a small town in the Niederlausitzer coalfield, 267 Social Democrats have been arrested. In Bremen, over 80, and several hundreds in Braunschweig, Hamburg, Saxony, Berlin, and Stuttgart, all on one day only. The total number of prisoners awaiting trial or already serving sentences can only be guessed at. It is certainly not less than 12 to 15,000. The prisoners awaiting trial are herded together in overcrowded prisons, sometimes 4 or 5 in a cell intended for a single prisoner. Many of the prisoners have no bedding of any kind. Among those awaiting trial are many well-known officials of the Communist and Social Democratic parties, as well as members of the Democratic Party, the People's Party, the Center Party, and even the German Nationalist Party. Ernst Thälmann, leader of the German Communist Party, was arrested on March 3rd in Charlottenburg and put in prison. In all the government papers and the press which have been brought into conformity, it was reported that he had been arrested in connection with the Reichstag fire. The arrests. It will be difficult for people in other countries to realize the arbitrary methods used by the police and storm troops in making arrests. One day, an illegal leaflet is seen in a street. It is reported by a policeman or an adherent of the Nazis. Police motors immediately rush up. The whole district is cordoned off. All houses are searched from attic to cellar. Books and typewriters are seized, and often completely innocent citizens are carried off. Any obstruction is immediately met with violence and arrest. Every day the papers report such raids and mass arrests. Early in July, the Hitler government began to seize as hostages the relatives of workers who had escaped. The best-known case is the arrest of 5 relatives of Scheidemann, but this is only one case among many. The sentences. The public prosecutors have been busy since February 27th. Special courts have been instituted in practically every German town. Denunciations bring a continuous stream of prisoners, and the charges are as arbitrary as the sentences. Often prisoners are kept for weeks in prison and then set free without even being tried. But even after being set free, they are continuously menaced with further arrest, and in many cases have to report daily to the police. The following are some examples of the nature of the charges and the heavy sentences passed. Quote, the Special Court of Moabit, Berlin, sentenced the unemployed workers Max Ziegler and Richard Schrotter to 15 months and 18 months imprisonment, respectively, because Ziegler, a member of the Communist Party, had distributed in East Berlin illegally produced copies of the Rote Fahne, which he had received from Schrotter. The Darmstadt Special Court sentenced a female member of the Young Communist League to 8 months and a male member to 5 months imprisonment for producing and distributing a leaflet. The prisoners are 16 years of age. End quote. There are innumerable sentences for spreading atrocity stories. Often, the relatives of arrested persons are told that they cannot expect the case to be heard for several weeks, owing to the number of cases awaiting trial. The relatives can seldom find a lawyer prepared to undertake the defense. The position of the prisoners is made worse by the fact that the Hitler government has prohibited the Red Aid organization, which used to help the families of political prisoners. But it still carries on its work, with the help of similar organizations in other countries, and the committees for the relief of the victims of German fascism, which have been set up on the initiative of the Workers' International Relief Organizations. End of Chapter 9, Part 2.
Chapter 10 of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Chapter 10. Murder. Murder stalks through Germany. Mutilated corpses are carried out of Nazi barracks. The bodies of people disfigured beyond recognition are found in the woods. Corpses drift down the rivers. Unknown dead lie in the mortuaries. During the World War, lists were published of those who were killed. The lists were even exchanged between enemy governments. The Hitler government is naturally not so liberal as to publish the list of all its victims. Only a small number of the murders ever appear in the press, and then in the form of shot while trying to escape, or in some similar lying form. And if anyone were to try to get at the truth, he would suffer the same fate, torture and death. On March 22nd, a general amnesty was proclaimed for all criminal acts committed in the fight for the national revolution. This general amnesty is a license for all past and future murders. Hitler's comrades of Potempa. There is no complete list of the victims of Nazi knives and bullets, even in the months preceding Hitler's entry into the government. Certainly there must have been many hundreds murdered, Social Democrats, Communists and members of the Catholic parties, as well as non-party workers. A wave of murderous attacks on Social Democrats, Communists and members of the Democratic parties developed in the first half of August 1932. In many towns these occurred on the same day, showing clearly that they were organised. In January 1933, under the Schleicher government, the number of crimes of violence perpetrated by National Socialists rose very rapidly, and after Hitler became Chancellor they increased from day to day. In the first half of February, 27 working men and women were murdered by Nazi stormtroops. The most notorious case in the summer of 1932 was the murder of a worker in Potempa, a village in Upper Silesia. A murder gang of Nazis, who had first drunk heavily in an inn, forced their way into a house where a communist worker lived and literally trampled him to death in front of his aged mother. When all the bestial details of the crime had been disclosed in court and the death sentence had been passed on some of the criminals, Hitler openly came to their defence and in a letter described them as my comrades. They were pardoned by the Papen government. Immediately after March 5, 1933, that is, even before the general amnesty, these murderers were amnestied by Hitler and again let loose upon the working class. The murders and how they are hushed up. As in all other sections of this book, we rely in this chapter only on material which has been carefully checked up. The main sources are accounts of eyewitnesses and reports published by the press in Germany which has been brought into conformity. These press reports not only reveal the murders, but also show the methods used to hush them up, methods which unintentionally often provide proof of the crime. In the month of March 1933, reports of political murders still appeared in the press as a result of the initiative of the reporters. But in spite of the fact that the only surviving newspapers had been brought into conformity, so many reports of murders began to appear that they became dangerous for the Hitler government. In the course of April, the reporting of murders was taken out of the hands of the press itself, and even of the local censors appointed by the Hitler government. The following announcement was issued by the Wolf Telegraph Bureau. Berlin, 2nd of April. Wolf Telegraph Bureau. The government has advised all news agencies that reports on incidents in Germany, particularly reports on conflicts arising out of the Jewish boycott, must not be published without express sanction from the press department of the Reich government. No alteration of the wording of the report, as passed for publication, is permitted. As a result of this centralisation of the censorship, a concrete picture of incidents is seldom given, and if any details appear, they are almost certain to be contradictory. There are many ways in which the incidents are dealt with so as to conceal the true facts. In the first place, bodies found are said to be of unknown persons. In most cases, the police can immediately identify such bodies, as the dead persons have already been reported as missing or as having been taken away by force. But the reports do not disclose their identity. Secondly, a great number of murders are represented as suicides. The following report of the murder of Councillor Kresser of Magdeburg shows how clumsily the truth is concealed. Magdeburg, 14th March, TU. An incident resulting in bloodshed occurred late on Sunday evening at Geleben, near Magdeburg, at an inn which had been used as a voting station. The Social Democratic councillor Kresse, who arrived at the inn from Magdeburg, was taken into custody by the police officers there at the request of a number of Storm Troopmen. In another room, an argument developed between Kresse and a number of Storm Troopmen, in the course of which Kresse fired a shot at the National Socialists, severely wounding the Storm Troop leader Gustav Lehmann. Everyone ran out of the inn, into which several shots were then fired from outside. Shortly afterwards, Kresse was found dead in the inn, with a bullet through his head. A post-mortem examination is now being carried out to establish whether Kresse, after his revolver attack, put an end to his own life, or whether he was killed by one of the shots fired into the inn from outside. The National Socialist Party press has a tendency to make such reports as sensational as possible. For example, the Völkischer Beobachter of April 25th presents one of the worst cases of lynching as suicide in the following terms. Terrible suicide, smeared with tar and burnt. A man living in a bungalow on the Hohne Moor has committed suicide by a terrible method. He went into the tool house built onto his bungalow where there was a barrel of tar. After taking off some of his clothes, he smeared himself with tar and set fire to the barrel. He died in the fire which resulted. The motive of the suicide was melancholia. The bungalow was completely burnt down. The suicide was a married man with several children. The third method is to ascribe to natural causes deaths which take place in hospital as a result of Nazi brutalities. In a number of cases, for example that of Dr. Eckstein of Breslau, the report is used to slander the individuals after their death. References to venereal diseases are made to discredit the victims. The fourth method is to suggest that the motive of the crime was not political. In such cases, naturally, no details of persons or motives are given, as for example the following report published in Germania of May 15, 1933. A police report states that on Saturday evening, Hensler, a slater, was forced by several persons to accompany them to number 21 Lessingstrasse. Shortly afterwards, the neighbours heard a number of shots. Hensler was found in the loft, severely wounded, and taken to hospital, where he died within a short time. The criminals escaped without being recognised. The fifth method is the use of a formula which, since the murder of Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, has had a quite definite and unambiguous meaning. The formula, shot while trying to escape. Here is a typical case told in the officially published reports. The Frankfurter Zeitung of April 5 publishes the following report from Düsseldorf, dated April 4, Wolf Telegraph Bureau. The communist leader Basler, who has evaded arrest for a considerable time, was located this morning by auxiliary police officers. During the search, the arrested man made use of a moment when he was not under observation to attempt an escape. As he would not stop, in spite of repeated warnings, the officers made use of their weapons. Basler was seriously wounded by a bullet and died after being taken to hospital. The Angriff of April 5 publishes the following message from Düsseldorf, dated April 5. The police state that on April 4, at about 4 p.m., the communist official Basler was arrested in his flat by protective corpsmen. In the search of his flat, 2 packets of dynamite were discovered. Documents were also confiscated. On the way to the police station, Basler made an attempt to escape. He did not stop, in spite of being summoned to do so several times, and continued to run after warning shots were fired. He was severely wounded by a shot in his back and died shortly after being taken to hospital. In actual fact, Basler's home was surrounded during the night. He was brought out early in the morning and shot in the street. The contradictions in the official reports are clear. The dynamite was not found, but invented. Reduction in the number of political murders. The Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung of May 6, 1933, published the following, under the heading Great Reduction in the Number of Political Murders Since the National Government Took Power. The following statement is official. The Prussian Premier and Minister of the Interior, Göring, announces through the Chief of the Secret Police Department that there has been a marked reduction, since the national government took power, in acts of violence with fatal results arising from political motives. Almost simultaneously with the taking of power by the national government, the effective defence measures taken by the new government, together with the relaxing of political tension as a result of the victory of the national movement, brought about a rapid fall in the number of fatal cases, which had previously been mounting steadily, and has now reached its lowest point for a long time, with only 2 fatal cases in April of this year. At about the same time as the Hitler government issued this transparent announcement, it was also officially announced that during the month of April, 46 bodies had been brought to the Berlin mortuary alone, with their features mutilated beyond recognition. During the month of April, the fascist press itself reported 50 political murders, the names being given in each case. We now give details of a number of cases, giving the sources of information in each case. Shot while trying to escape. We have already quoted the reports published in the Frankfurter Zeitung and the Angriff in connection with the death of Heinz Bassler. Bassler had been a member of the National Socialists and a stormtroop leader. In December 1930, he began to understand the real policy of the Nazis and left the National Socialist Party, later joining the Communist Party. This was the reason why he was murdered. The following letter shows how he was done to death. If only our dear Heinz was still alive. I can't realize it, but God will revenge this crime. This crime was no German deed. In the morning, that is, Tuesday morning about 4, we were roused by 7 protective corpsmen and 2 detectives. We were kept quiet with revolvers. Heinz had to dress and go with them. We had to lock the doors and were not allowed to open the windows. Oh God, how roughly they treated our Heinz! They closed off the street as early as 3 o'clock, and at 4 they came up. And then they took him with them, and they shot him in the street. Martial law! Oh, what he must have suffered, the poor lad! I wish I had gone with him. He had 3 shots through his heart, 1 in his arm, 1 in his neck, 1 in his pelvis, and 2 others besides, 8 shots in all. Then they left him lying there, and some peasants found him like a dog. I can't believe it. I went running to Herr M. in the morning, for Heinz told me, go at once to him and tell him, for Weitzel has pledged himself to help me. But what help did he give? Heinz trusted people too much. Frau Lena, if you could have seen Heinz now on the death bier, you would have called God to judge. They had treated him so brutally. I can't forget what he looked like. How can anyone treat a poor, harmless human being so brutally? And then the lies in the newspapers that Heinz had been shot while trying to escape and that they had found 2 packets of dynamite. Such meanness. And it's not possible to get any justice done. Not even a pistol or a piece of paper of any importance did they find. And then the papers write such a provocation. But I call God in heaven to judge for such a cruel and mean crime. Everyone is so overwhelmed by this crime, they can't believe it, that these people should shoot down a person by himself, so mean and brutal. The funeral is Saturday afternoon at 1:30 at the South Cemetery. Heinz will be buried by the clergyman, and many, many people will come with him on his last journey. When I went to Herr M., how he treated me! When I said to him, how can anyone shoot a helpless man like that? He answered, if you say much more, I'll have you arrested too. I'll shoot you down. About 6 p.m. on March 6th, Greta Messing, a working woman, married and with 2 children, left her home in the Sommermühlenweg in Selb, Bavaria, and went towards the town to do some shopping. About 40 yards from her home, she met a National Socialist of the name of Lager, who lived in the same street. He got in front of her and provoked her by saying Heil Hitler. Frau Messing rejoined, Rot front, and tried to pass him. Lager stopped her and threatened her with his revolver, saying, I'll shoot you down. She answered calmly, Shoot away. Lager put his Browning to the woman's throat and pulled the trigger. Frau Messing was mortally wounded. Her husband carried her back to her home, and there she bled to death. The murderer went to the Nazi inn, drank some liquor, and then handed himself up to the auxiliary police. He was put under arrest. 10 days later, he was released. A guard of honour met him at the station in Selb. Lager was not expelled from the stormtroops. On the other hand, the husband and 19-year-old son of the murdered woman are in a Bayreuth penitentiary under protective arrest. Police and auxiliary police carried out repeated searches in working-class houses in Selb. They were not looking for a criminal nor for a murderer, but for a photograph which was documentary proof of the murder. This photograph is printed here. 3 bodies in the Machnower Forest. On March 11, 1933, the whole press reported the finding in the Machnower Forest of 3 bodies of young persons who had been shot, but whose identity was unknown. In spite of the fact that the police had all particulars, these were withheld from the public. The 3 youths were Fritz Nitschmann, upholsterer, born at Oldenburg, March 1, 1909, then living in Berlin. His parents did not belong to any party, nor did he. Hans Balschkukat, a worker, born August 28, 1913, in Berlin, living in Berlin, member of the Red Aid organization. Preuss, 23 years of age, living in Berlin. We have received the following information with regards to Fritz Nitschmann. At 9:30 p.m. on March 8th, Nitschmann was walking with his fiancée towards his home. When they reached the corner of the Stubenrach-Erdmannstrasse, a red car came over the Siegfried Bridge and crossed to the left side of the empty street. 2 men in stormtroop uniform, the chauffeur was in civilian clothes, jumped out of the car and came towards Nitschmann and his fiancée, calling out, "Halt! Stand still! You must come and have your papers examined." Nitschmann said quietly, "You must have made a mistake," to which the Nazis replied, "Shut your mouth and get in." Nitschmann did as he was told, as he felt that he had nothing to worry about. His fiancée, who also belongs to no party, wanted to get into the car with him, but was pushed roughly away by the Nazis, who told her that Nitschmann was only being taken to be identified, and that nothing would happen to him. His fiancée, who was crying after being pushed away, did not note either the number of the car or the number on the collar of the Nazis. The car drove through the Stubenrachstrasse and turned into the Hauptstrasse. Immediately after his arrest, Nitschmann's fiancée went to his mother and told her what had happened. From there, she went to the police station in the Kriemhildestrasse and stated the facts. There she was told, "Nothing will happen to him. He will be back soon. Come again tomorrow." At 8 a.m. on March 9th, his mother went to the same police station and was told the same thing. She was, however, told that during the night inquiries had been made at all police stations and that Nitschmann had not been brought into any. She was to come again at noon. At noon, his father went to the police station and reported him as missing. Up to March 11th, Nitschmann's parents heard nothing from the police. At 9 a.m. on that date, police officers arrived with the information that the Berlin Morgenpost had reported that 3 bodies had been found in the Machnower Forest. From the description given, Nitschmann's father thought that one of these must be his son, and he went to the police station where, however, he could not yet get any further information. At noon, the father went to the police headquarters and spoke to the inspector who was dealing with the case. The inspector, who did not then know that Nitschmann had been carried off by stormtroop men, told the father that in all his experience he had never come across such a brutal murder. After the father had given all details, the inspector stated that he and his officers would do everything they could to discover the criminals. The father identified his son in the mortuary, in the presence of the inspector. The body showed 10 bullet wounds, 8 in the back, 1 in the neck, and 1 in the jaw. Permission to take a photograph of the body was refused. Cremation also was not allowed, in view of the possibility of expert examination being necessary. Up to March 15th, the criminal department had not yet authorized the handing over of the bodies to their families. 2 persons independently approached Nitschmann's father and gave the number of the car in which Nitschmann had been carried off as IA 78087. Both also stated that it was a red car. With regard to Hans Balschkukat, the following information is in our possession. On March 8th, Balschkukat was arrested at the entrance of Gottenstrasse 14 in Schonenberg by 3 National Socialists with drawn revolvers, who carried him off in a dark car. On March 10th, his father received a postcard with the following: "I have today found a purse with contents. Please come for the purse on Saturday, March 11th at 6 p.m. Hans Schmidt, Bornstedt bei Potsdam, Victoria Strasse 26. When the card arrived, Balschkukat's father was not at home, and his mother took it to the police, who told her that she should not in any circumstances go to Bornstedt. At the same time, they telephoned to Bornstedt and to the detectives who were then investigating the crime in the Machnower Forest. The purse was taken charge of by the criminal department. That same day the father also went to the police, who told him that he must not go to Bornstedt, that the man who alleged that he had found the purse had already been arrested, as he was suspected of the crime, in view of the fact that the purse showed no sign of having been lying about. On March 11th, the father saw his son's body. He could not identify him at first, as the body was terribly disfigured. The lips were swollen and blue, the chin battered in, and there were blue patches on the neck and larynx and chest, apparently caused by violent kicks. The arms and chest had a number of swollen patches, which were evidently the result of the lad having been tied up. From the father's superficial examination, he was not allowed to examine the body carefully, the murdered lad had had 6 or 7 bullets through him, 2 at the back of his head, 1 through his temple, 2 or 3 in his right arm, and a shot through his chest. No details can be secured with regard to the murder of Preuss, as his father refuses to give any information. Steel rods and spirits of salt. Grotto Henne, a telegraph fitter, was a member of the Reichsbanner, but held no political office of any kind. On Monday, March 27th, he was visited by storm troop men, who insisted on his coming with them to the storm troop quarters. When he did not come home after some considerable time, Frau Grotto Henne went to the storm troop quarters, and just as she was asking one of the Nazis to release her husband, Grotto Henne was brought out into the street, little more than a bleeding lump of flesh. Several men brought him home. He complained of internal pains as well as external injuries. Grotto Henne was able to tell what had been done to him. His clothes had been taken off, and he had been beaten with steel rods for 3 hours, from time to time being made to wipe the blood from the floor with his own clothes. When he was lying almost unconscious, the Nazis tried to pour spirits of salt between his clenched teeth. As they did not succeed in doing this, they then forced his teeth apart, tearing away a part of his upper lip in doing this. Grotto Henne died on April 29th after terrible suffering. An official post-mortem was held, and the cause of his death was certified as apoplexy and internal burns. The case was referred to the criminal department, but up to the present none of the criminals have been followed up. Beaten, stabbed and trampled on. On March 28th, the communist Edom of Robertstrasse 6, Königsberg, was carried away from his home at midnight. As it was known that he was a friend of the Communist Reichstag deputy Schutz, he was beaten for 2 hours in such a brutal way that he lost control of himself and told the Nazis where Schutz was living. At 2:30 a.m., Schutz was brought to the same Nazi barracks and there beaten, stabbed and trampled on for 12 hours. On the evening of March 29th, Schutz died in hospital, the cause of death being given as heart failure. On April 3rd, Schutz's body was put into the ground like a dog's. His death was not reported in any German paper. The doctors and nurses who had attended him were forced by threats to say nothing. In the meanwhile, Frau Schutz had been arrested. After her husband had been buried, she was compelled to sign an undertaking to say nothing of what had happened. The Nazis took Schutz's 12-year-old son to see his father's mutilated body, and one of them said to him, "You will have the same fate if you follow in his footsteps." Lynched in prison. The 3 following official reports on the case of Schum are enough to expose the methods used by the fascist news agencies. 1. Kiel 1, April, TU. At about 11 o'clock, a dispute arose in front of the Jewish furniture shop kept by Schum, in the course of which the son of the Jewish shopkeeper attacked a protective corps man. When one of his comrades came to the latter's help, a fight developed between the 2 protective corps men and the shopkeeper, who rushed up, and his son, in the course of which a shot was fired, which seriously wounded in the chest the protective corps man Walter Asthalter, 22 years old, of Kiel. The facts were as follows. In the course of the boycott of Jewish shops, a storm troop gang occupied the furniture shop kept by Schum. The shopkeeper was molested by the Nazis, and his son, a lawyer, tried to protect him. A dispute arose and then a tussle, in the course of which a shot was fired by one of the Nazis, which seriously wounded another of the storm troop men. 2. Kiel, 1 April, WTB. The son of the proprietor of the Schum furniture shop, who in the morning had fired some shots at a storm troop man in front of his father's shop and wounded him severely in the stomach, has been shot in the police cell to which he had been brought. It is reported that a number of persons went to police headquarters and demanded that the door of Schum's cell should be opened, and when this was not done, several shots were fired which killed him on the spot. The body was conveyed to the Medical Institute. This second report is already improved to make it appear that Schum, who was absolutely unarmed, had not only fired the shot, but some shots. The report gives the circumstances of the murder of Schum accurately enough, but without expressly stating that the Nazis concerned murdered him to get a witness of the morning's crime out of the way. But both of these reports were so transparent that same afternoon the Central Press Bureau intervened and produced the following account, which is false in every particular. 3. Kiel, 1 April, WTB. The Jewish lawyer and commissioner for oaths, Schum, at 11:30 this morning, shot a protective corps man of the name of Walter Asthalter in the stomach. According to information so far to hand, the shooting, which took place in the Kiedenstrasse, was without any plausible ground. The protective corps man died in the clinic. An enraged crowd of people assembled in front of the police jail, before the removal of Schum, which had been ordered by the authorities, could be effected. The enraged crowd forced its way into the prison, where Schum was killed by revolver bullets. The whole incident developed so quickly that the police could do nothing to stop it. The crowd also forced their way into the shop kept by Schum's father in the Kiedenstrasse and destroyed the stock. How the mine workers' leader Albert Funk was murdered. On April 16, the mine workers' leader Albert Funk was recognised by a National Socialist in Dortmund and denounced to the police. Albert Funk had for many years played a leading part in the struggles of the mine workers. He was formerly a communist member of the Reichstag and leader of the United Mine Workers Union. Funk was put into the Dortmund police prison. He succeeded in getting out a letter reporting the terrible brutalities inflicted on 7 other prisoners. He himself was not brutally treated at first. The papers said not a word about his arrest. This was enough to arouse the gravest fears. On April 26th, after 10 days in prison, Albert Funk was murdered. His wife came to the prison to ask to see him and was told that she could not because he had poisoned himself in his cell. This was on April 28th. On the next day, April 29th, the press of the Ruhr district published sensational disclosures about alleged discoveries of arms, dynamite dumps, terrorist groups, etc., of the communists in the Recklinghausen area. And in this connection, it was reported that the Communist Reichstag deputy Albert Funk, who had been arrested, had made an insane attempt to escape from the Recklinghausen prison by jumping from the 3rd-floor window into the courtyard. That he had broken his spine, arms and legs. That he had been taken fully conscious to hospital, where he died shortly afterwards. Nothing was said about Funk having been in prison for 2 weeks. And naturally, not a word of explanation was given as to how he was suddenly transported from Dortmund to Recklinghausen. Albert Funk had been driven almost out of his mind by horrible tortures, and his tormentors then forced him to throw himself out of the window. When some of the murdered man's imprisoned comrades who were in the courtyard at the time cried out in horror, the murderers shouted down to them, "You Moscow swine can come and jump after him." Literally torn to pieces. A witness reports, early in March, Fritz Gumpert of Heidenau was arrested. He was accused of having buried munitions and arms. He was taken to the Königstein fortress and thence to the concentration camp at Hohenstein. There he was put in chains and tortured. He was so appallingly ill-used that he died. His wife was informed that he had died of internal hemorrhage. Workers in the Heidenau factories collected money to bring the body to Heidenau. This was permitted, but on the express condition that the coffin should not be opened. The workers did not observe this condition. None of the eyewitnesses will ever forget the sight. Gumpert's face had been completely torn to pieces. As far as they could tell, his tongue was missing. Traces of heavy chains were visible on his arms. The back of the body was a lump of flesh that had been cut in pieces and was full of holes. The spine was broken, the sexual organs were lacerated. The right thigh was torn open. The pit of the stomach had been kicked in so that the intestines were protruding. The lips showed how the victim had bitten into them to endure the appalling tortures he had suffered. Horrified and enraged workers gathered round, and the stormtroop men used this as an excuse to confiscate the body again. A number of police and doctors came up, and a raid was conducted on the working-class houses in order to confiscate photographic apparatus and films. All witnesses were threatened with the severest penalties if they spoke of the case. those who were known to have seen the body were warned to keep their mouths shut. On Friday, April 28th, the funeral took place. Some 3,000 working men and women went to take part, but all approaches were barred by storm troops armed with rifles. When the cemetery gates were reached, the Nazis attacked the procession, and only the relatives were allowed in the cemetery. A clergyman wearing the swastika spoke at the graveside. St. Bartholomew's Night in Köpenick. In many German towns, the Nazi storm troops have carried out the Night of the Long Knife, foretold by Hitler before his advent to power. On the night of June 21st to 22nd, the Nazis began a series of murders, which lasted several days, in Köpenick, a suburb of Berlin. The victims were officials of the Social Democratic Party, of the Reichsbanner and of the Communist Party. On June 21st, the storm troops twice searched the house of a trade union secretary, Schmaus, in Köpenick. They stated that they were looking for arms. During the night, the storm troop men came a third time, arrested Schmaus's son-in-law, who was a communist, and then stormed the house, firing a number of shots. Schmaus had a feeble-minded son, 22 years of age, who was wakened by the shooting, picked up a revolver, and went to oppose the Nazis. His mother shouted to him in alarm, "Don't shoot!" But the son shot at and mortally wounded 2 of the Nazis who had forced their way in. Then the slaughter began. Schmaus's son-in-law, Rakowski, was immediately shot by the Nazis in front of the house. Schmaus's son was arrested and brutally done to death. Schmaus himself was hanged by the Nazis in his house. Frau Schmaus was accused of having told her son to shoot, and was so brutally ill-used that she died a few days later. That night Marxists were arrested throughout Köpenick and Friedrichshagen. Among them were the Reichsbanner leader and former Premier of Mecklenburg, Johannes Stelling, the 55-year-old Paul von Essen, who was an official at the Reichsbanner, and Assmann, 57 years of age, who had been the Reichsbanner leader in Friedrichshagen. A social democratic eyewitness gives the following account of what happened to the prisoners in the Nazi barracks. We were taken by car to the Köpenick prison. The square in front was filled with storm troop men who wanted to attack us as soon as they saw us. The storm troop leader, however, shouted, "Stop! Don't hit them in the street!" But we were hardly inside the building when they began to attack us. We were driven up the stairs and along a long passage. In a long cell there were 10 comrades standing with their faces to the wall. The floor and wall were already spattered with blood. An old woman with blood streaming from her mouth and nose, and her clothes spattered with blood, was forced to scrub the floor. One of the storm troop men asked me, "Do you know this whore?" I looked at her more closely and saw with horror that she was my wife's mother. Then the Nazi told Comrade Kaiser to strike another comrade in the face. When Kaiser hesitated, he hit him such a blow with his fist that he went staggering to the wall. Then the comrades were forced with blows from sticks to hit each other until they were bleeding. After that, we had to run the gauntlet about 10 times through lines of storm troopmen armed with sticks and truncheons. In the course of this, some of the older comrades collapsed. Meanwhile, the 55-year-old Paul von Essen was brought in, and the Nazis greeted him with howls of joy. He had been unemployed for a long time and had just come out of hospital. He was blind in one eye. He took part in the war, and he had 4 children. The first hit him in the face, then pulled down his trousers and beat him with really insane fury, with sticks and truncheons, until he lost consciousness. Comrade von Essen has since succumbed to the terrible injuries his torturers inflicted on him. Then we were each taken to a cell and beaten. The brutalities were repeated regularly every hour. Finally, I was taken to the leader for examination, and in my despair I denied that I was a Marxist. He then ordered that I should not be beaten meanwhile, but if it turned out that I had told a lie, I was to be shot. Shortly afterwards the door of my cell was flung open, and a storm troop leader rushed in with other storm troop men and beat me, shouting, "You scoundrel, we'll finish you off today." I was then dragged along the passage to my mother-in-law's cell, and while 2 of the Nazis held me, the old woman, who was 53 years of age, was beaten with sticks until she lay quiet on the floor. She is now out of her mind and in an asylum. This eyewitness did not recognize either Stelling or Assmann among the prisoners. Some days later, Stelling's body, covered with wounds and sewn up in a sack, was taken out of the Finov Canal. At the same time, 2 other unknown bodies were recovered. 11 other men were missing. On July 12th, people in Friedrichshagen heard that Assmann's body had also been found. And so also throughout Germany, at the time when Hitler was more and more openly acting on behalf of the rich capitalists of Germany, the number of murders was rising. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 20 of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Chapter 11. The German Workers' Fight Against Fascism. On April 21, 1933, the German Press Bureau of Stuttgart issued the following. Although the seizure and confiscation of all communist printed papers was ordered as far back as March 1st, communist sheets are still circulating. On April 28th, the British Press Bureau of Berlin stated, in the course of the search, a considerable quantity of printed matter and numerous stencils for the production of leaflet material for May 1st were found at Steglitz in Friedenau. That the attempt to stop the organization of the anti-fascist fight had not succeeded is shown by the following announcement made by the Police Press Bureau of Kassel on May 5, 1933. In continuation of the measures taken against the illegal district leadership of the German Communist Party in Kassel, early on Thursday morning the political police carried out searches in secret offices and in the houses of the leaders of the district committee. On May 26, 1933, the Bremen police announced that, in spite of the police warning issued a few days ago in connection with the distribution of illegal communist sheets and the reference to the severe penalties attached on Thursday evening, the illegal Arbeiter Zeitung, 6 pages in size, was circulated by the communists. Hitler aimed at carrying out the destruction of all political parties. But there is one party that he cannot destroy, the German Communist Party, which is carrying on the fight against fascism illegally. The statements issued by the Hitler government are every day proving that the party's active opposition cannot be broken. Reports are coming in from every part of Germany showing that groups of workers belonging to the Social Democratic Party and to the Reichsbanner, the League of Socialist Youth, and the Christian organizations are joining with the communists in the fight. In the days following the burning of the Reichstag, anti-fascist sheets issued by the communists were already circulating among the workers. Workers' homes and the cellars and roofs of blocks of flats were transformed into secret printing works. Although hundreds of active agitators were arrested, thousands of newly trained and determined workers took their place. In spite of the extension of torture and ill treatment, the fight for freedom against fascism continued even more vigorously and with increasing effect. Each line of the illegal papers issued by the communists is literally written in blood. New horrible acts of torture were perpetuated wherever each issue of these papers appeared. Before the end of March, an illegally printed pamphlet on the burning of the Reichstag was produced and was distributed in every part of Germany. Its external appearance is that of the advertisement of the film in the sign of the cross. Göring, the organizer of the Reichstag fire, was compelled to pay a glowing tribute to the disintegrating work carried out by the communists when, at the end of June 1933, he dissolved the organization of young German nationalists on the official ground that it had been completely permeated by communists. Early in July, the threatening statements issued by Hitler and Frick against a second revolution showed that the work of unmasking the Hitler government was achieving success, even among large numbers of the storm troops and of the National Socialist factory cells. The following pages give only a brief and partial statement of the underground work which is being carried on in Germany. The illegal Rote-Fahne. One of the most vital sections of the fight against fascism is the production and distribution of illegal newspapers. The Rote-Fahne, the central organ of the German Communist Party, has been appearing regularly since the burning of the Reichstag. Police activities, raids, the allocation of thousands of spies, nightly patrols of stormtroop men through printing works have been unable to prevent the production of this paper. It continues to appear as a 2 or 4 page paper, and to find its way into the blocks of flats in Wedding, into the AEG and Siemens factories, and into the railway stations. Though the technical production of the paper may be worse than before, it is certain that none of its former issues have ever been read by so many people as the present issues. The Christian Socialist paper Reichspost, issued in Vienna on May 27th, printed the following interesting story. At first, the Rote-Fahne appeared in an illegally printed edition of 300,000 copies, and this was followed by a number of duplicated editions. Secret presses, previously prepared for such purposes, duplicating machines and typewriters, began their work. Soon the greater part of the local, cell and industrial papers, though most of them only duplicated, were again in circulation, and hundreds of thousands of leaflets were being passed from hand to hand in the factories and at the labor exchanges. In 20 different areas in Greater Berlin, in addition to the printed Rote-Fahne, duplicated papers produced from wax or metal sheets are regularly distributed weekly. Experienced long before the Hitler dictatorship was, and sometimes twice weekly. They all bear the heading Rote-Fahne. These papers are edited by workers. Red papers throughout Germany. Early in May, the Hamburg police announced that, in spite of the strongest countermeasures taken by the authorities, again and again, treasonable publications of the Communist Party of Germany, and particularly papers such as the prohibited Hamburger Volkszeitung and other Marxist productions, are being produced and sold on the streets. In the Ruhr district, the Ruhr Echo has appeared several times in large editions. The May 1st number was even printed in 2 colors. In Essen, although whole districts of the town have been searched through by storm troops and police, and although courageous distributors of the papers have been most horribly tortured, duplicated editions of the Ruhr Echo continue to appear. A letter received from a Munich worker reports that every week a hectographed newspaper is issued in an edition of 3,000 copies. Immediately after its production, it is distributed to the separate anti-fascist groups, and brought by them to the workers in a number of different ways. 6 Reichsbanner groups are helping in the distribution. The Bremen police refer to the illegal 6-page paper, the Arbeiter Zeitung. In Stuttgart, the South German Arbeiter Zeitung appears in printed form, and illegal papers are also distributed in Leipzig and Frankfurt am Main. During April and May, several numbers of the Düsseldorf journal Freiheit were distributed. In Mannheim, several issues of the Rote-Fahne Badens have been published. In Erfurt, the Thüringer Volksblatt appears in duplicated form. In the factories. The only party which had made preparations for carrying on underground activities in the factories was the Communist Party. Its members were already established in the secret production and distribution of factory papers, and because of this experience it had been possible for numbers of such papers to be distributed in the factories during the period of the Hitler dictatorship. For example, a worker in the AEG works in Berlin reports as follows in the Anti-Fascistische Front of July 2nd, 1933. Our last leaflet appeared in a format 10 by 20 centimeters. We produced it in the following way. We first worked out the slogans and cut them in linoleum. Then we put the strips of linoleum over an inked blotter and printed off copies one by one. During the night we posted a great number of these copies on various gates of the factory, and we scattered the remainder in the streets round. Our fellow workers, who are really starving for material of this kind, picked up the leaflets as they came back to work in the morning, and showed great enthusiasm, each single leaflet passing through dozens of hands. The illegal papers, Hofentelegramme, Funkspruch, and Der Sturm, are being published in the port of Hamburg. From one Hamburg office it is reported that the rolls of paper in the closets contained small leaflets or cuttings from illegal papers. In the Siemens works of Spandau, Berlin anti-fascist youth workers have up to now succeeded in producing their paper regularly. In the Bielefeld works, the Rote Wacht is being produced and distributed by a joint group of Communist, Social Democrats, and Reichsbanner workers. Lightning demonstrations. During the months of March, April, and May, there were large and small anti-fascist demonstrations in hundreds of places. Most of them took the form of so-called lightning demonstrations. In such demonstrations, the workers assemble at an agreed point at a given signal, carry out a demonstration lasting only a few minutes, shouting slogans against the Hitler dictatorship and singing anti-fascist songs. These demonstrations, as a rule, succeed in dispersing again before the police or storm troops are able to intervene. These mobile methods are adopted to prevent a large number of arrests. During April, such demonstrations were held in addition to very many others of which we have no reports, in Remscheid, Cleve, Krefeld, Siegen, Stettin, Worms, Osterode, Düsseldorf, and Linden, near Hanover. A report from Hamburg states that early in May, the Young Communist League distributed 10,000 printed leaflets, posted up 80 posters prepared by hand, and painted anti-fascist slogans on walls and pillars in every part of the town. 4 lightning demonstrations were held, in each of which an average of 300 workers took part. A Danish anti-fascist reports that during a visit to Germany he saw a street choir of 4 workers who suddenly shouted, "Who set fire to the Reichstag? The Nazis!" and then separated and disappeared. Early in March, a streamer was found across a working-class street in Dortmund, bearing the words, "Nero set fire to Rome, and put the blame on the Christians. Hitler set fire to the Reichstag, and blames the Communists." The same slogan, printed from a linoleum cut, was posted on walls all over Dortmund at the end of April. The Vossische Zeitung of May 3rd reports, "The Wolf Telegraph Bureau reports from Barnau that the night of April 30th, May 1st, a red banner bearing a hammer and sickle was fastened to the top of the steeple of the Marienkirche. Early in the morning of May 1st, it was taken down by storm troop men at the risk of their lives. That morning, which was the festival of national labor, Nazis who went to hoist the swastika banner at the town hall discovered that it had been stolen during the night. The excitement in Barnau arising from this double act of provocation was indescribable. During the night of May 1st 2nd, about 40 suspected persons were arrested by the storm troops and police, and removed to the concentration camp at Oranienburg. In addition to torture and murder, starvation is used by the Hitler government as a method of fighting the anti-fascists. The following quotation from the Frankfurter Zeitung of May 10, 1933, illustrates the methods used in the attempt to force the unemployed to denounce anti-fascist agitators. Kassel, May 8th. In Schmockelden, which is in the administrative district of Kassel, intensified communist propaganda among the unemployed have been in evidence during the last few days. Several communist leaflets have been distributed, and their producers and distributors have not yet been discovered. The mayor of Smalkalden has therefore ordered that relief is to be withheld from all recipients who are of the left tendencies until the criminals have been caught. Anti-fascists who are charged before the courts are not allowed witnesses or any other opportunities of defense. Before the charge is heard, the penalty has already been decided on. But in spite of everything, many of the accused have made a heroic stand in court against the fascist dictatorship. A report from Altona, dated June 2, 1933, for example, states that during the trial of 20 anti-fascist workers, the communist worker Lütgens, against whom the government attorney demanded the death penalty, stated that he regarded this demand put forward by the prosecution as an honor, as there could be no higher honor for a revolutionary worker than to be sentenced to the death penalty by a capitalist class court, and prison clothes were robes of honor. In the middle of May, a typist, Fräulein Jür, was sentenced to imprisonment for 18 months for having passed on leaflets. The Berlin journal Der Tag reported that the accused stated in court that she still remained loyal to communist ideas, to which prosecuting counsel replied, "Attention must be called to the audacity and shamelessness displayed by communists who dare to proclaim their views even here, in front of the special tribunals." Similar cases are reported from all parts of Germany. Only a very small percentage of the sentences passed on anti-fascist agitators is ever reported in the press. But the increasing severity of the sentences has done nothing to stop the anti-fascist work, which is being carried on unceasingly. It has only been possible, within the limits of this book, to give a few examples of this work: the organization of political and economic strikes, the hundreds of separate movements within the factories, and the results in the compulsory labor camps must be left to the second volume of the Brown Book. The story of the heroic stand made by anti-fascists in the struggle for German freedom has still to be written. The story of fighters who stood their ground in spite of the menace of murder. The story of prisoners who met the death sentence with a proud declaration of their loyalty to socialism. The story of tortured victims who sang the International in spite of steel rods and truncheons. The story of heroes like the teacher Wilhelm Hamann in Hessen, who was ordered to raise the swastika banner and shout, "Long live the leader of the German people, Adolf Hitler," but who hurled the banner to the ground, and amid the blows of the storm troop men shouted, "Long live the revolution and Comrade Thalmann." Tens of thousands of nameless heroes are fighting to free Germany and the world from the shameful barbarism of the brown shirts. They are facing courts martial and the gallows, torture and concentration camps. Their loyalty and courage cannot be broken, and their ceaseless activity is fanning the spark which will burst forth into the flame of socialist freedom. End of section 20. Chapter 11.
Appendix of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Tabler. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Appendix. List of murders. The following is an extract from our list of murdered workers and intellectuals. We have definite information relating to over 500 murders carried out by the Nazis since March 3rd, and below we give the detailed particulars of 250. Our sources of information are official German announcements, press reports which have not been denied, and authenticated reports of witnesses.
It must be borne in mind that the list is only a small selection of the total number of murders, most of which are concealed by the rigorous censorship and the threats made by the Nazis to relatives and friends and witnesses. 1933. March 3rd. Goethes, Communist member of the Diet, Oldenburg, shot in the street. Wolf Telegraph Bureau. Unknown Communist, Hamburg, killed by a revolver shot. WTB. Wolf Telegraph Bureau. Unknown Reichsbanner man, Bremen, shot in the street. WTB. Unknown worker, Bernburg, shot by National Socialists. WTB. Gustav Segenbrecht, Berlin, shot in the Stephan Inn. Lebenswaldstrasse 41. Report from witness. Bernhard Wirsching, Berlin, Petristrasse 8-9, shot by Nazis in his flat. Report from witness. Ebeling, a Magdeburg worker, killed in the Breckenstrasse by a shot through his stomach. Witness. Weiss, caretaker of the Social Democratic People's House, Worms, shot. Witness. Unnamed girl, Worms, killed in the raid on the People's House. Witness. Fabian, a communist worker, Kellingshusen, shot at and died in hospital. WTB. Wolf Telegraph Bureau. March 4. 2 unnamed workers, Cologne, severely wounded by shots and subsequently died. WTB. Unnamed member of the Iron Front, Thallischweiler, shot in the street. WTB. Friedrich Marquardt, Düsseldorf, Behrenstrasse 14. No party, killed by blows. Witness. March 5th. Klassen and de Longueville, Oberhausen, Rhine Province, killed in the school courtyard while attempting to escape. Both had bullet wounds in the front of their bodies. Witness. Warnecke, Quickborn, near Pinneberg, shot. WTB. Unnamed Reichsbanner man, Central Germany, stabbed to death. WTB. 2 brothers Bassi, Bankau, Upper Silesia, murdered by stormtroopers. Witness. Karl Tarnow, Berlin, beaten to death in Nesse-Beckstrasse. Neukölln. Witness. March 6th. Grete Messing, working woman, Selb, shot in the street. WTB. Hans Bauer, worker, no party, never returned from the Nazi barracks in the Hedemannstrasse, Berlin. Witness. Friedlander, a baker's apprentice, 19 years old, murdered in the Nazi barracks in the Hedemannstrasse, Berliner Tageblatt. March 7th. Bernhard Krause, communist worker, Wiesenau, near Frankfurt on the Oder, shot by stormtroopers. WTB. 2 unnamed workers, Hamburg, killed in Nazi raid. WTB. Unnamed worker, Düsseldorf, killed in the Lewitzwau-Strasse, Telegraphenunion. March 8th. Unnamed communist worker, Billstedt, near Hamburg, shot while trying to escape. WTB. Philipp, caretaker at Trade Union House, Breslau, shot when Nazis occupied the building. WTB. Heinrich Sparlich, building worker, Breslau, killed by a bullet and a knife stab in the back. Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung. Balschukat, Nischmann, and Preuss, Schöneberg, Berlin. Bodies found in Machnower Forest. Vossische Zeitung. Unnamed communist worker, Volkum, found shot in the street. TU. Unnamed worker, Volkum, shot in his flat by 6 unknown men. TU. Bless, member of the Reichsbanner, Offenbach, mortally wounded in a Nazi attack, since died. Witness. March 9th. Unnamed member of the Reichsbanner, Munich, mutilated corpse found in the Munich Trade Union House, which had been occupied by Nazis on March 1st. Witness. Landgraf, director of publishing house Chemnitz, shot when the Volksstimme building was occupied. TU. Helpuch, communist worker, Duisburg, found shot. March 10th. Frau Bix, 70 years of age, Berlin, mortally wounded by stormtroopers who fired through her door. WTB. Hermann, a watchmaker, Dresden, member of International Workers' Relief, beaten to death in his house. Witness. Hans Seile, circulation manager, shot when the Volksfreund offices in Braunschweig were occupied. Witness. Ulrich, leader of the Hessen Social Democrats, beaten to death. Berliner Tageblatt. 2 unnamed workers, Schopau, shot by storm troopers. Berlin Local Anzeiger. Alfred Petzlaff, communist worker, Schöneberg, Berlin, taken by Nazis from his home, body found mutilated at Priesterweg station. Witness. Schönflügel, a worker, Bernau, Chemnitz, killed by a chance bullet. Berlin Local Anzeiger. March 11th. Erich Meyer, a young worker, Spandau, beaten to death. Frankfurter Zeitung. Robert Dittmar, a worker, Karlshorst, near Berlin, found shot. Berlin Local Anzeiger. Unnamed worker, Breslau, stabbed to death. TU. Forster and Tandler, communist workers, Limbach, near Chemnitz, shot when trying to escape. Witness. Paul Krantz, a young worker, Limbach, near Chemnitz, shot when trying to escape. WTB. Unnamed man, no party, Opeln, shot on the steps of the town hall. Berlin Local Anzeiger. March 12th. Councillor Kresse, Social Democrat, Magdeburg, shot at election station in Felgelben. TU. Eichholz and Rather, workers, Tolkermith, shot while trying to escape. TU. Spiegel, Social Democratic lawyer, Kiel, attacked at his home and killed. WTB. March 13th. Unknown worker, Elbing, found shot. TU. Heinz Vescha and Erna Knopf, communist councillors, Chemnitz, the first shot in the prison courtyard, the second beaten to death in his cell. Witness. March 14th. Krug, Schweinfurth, shot in self-defense by a Nazi. TU. Unnamed worker, Hamburg, shot by detectives. WTB. March 16th. Dr. Ascher, Berlin, Schweinmund der Straße, beaten to death. Witness. Leo Krell, editor, Berlin, beaten to death. Witness. March 17th. 2 unknown persons, Elben, shot when trying to escape. Nachtausgabe. March 18th. Walter Schulz, communist worker, Wittstock, murdered in prison. Witness. Hans Sachs, manufacturer, Chemnitz, shot. WTB. Siegbert Kindermann, Charlottenburg, Berlin, taken to the Hedemannstrasse, beaten to death and thrown from the window. Berliner Tageblatt. Unnamed worker, Wedding, Berlin, beaten to death at Nazi quarters. Witness. March 19th. Krebs, communist worker, Moabit, Berlin, shot by stormtroopers in the street. Witness. March 20th. Gunther Joachim, lawyer, Berlin, tortured, died in Moabit hospital. Vossische Zeitung. Kurt Possener, Berlin, shot. Wiener Blatter. March 21st. Otto Seltz, Straubing, shot. Witness. March 22nd. Walter Boga, Ebersbach, shot while trying to escape. Vossische Zeitung. Wilhelm Wenzel, communist worker, Essen, shot in the street. WTB. Dresche, Dresden, found murdered. Witness. Paul Reuter, Selschauerstrasse, Berlin, beaten to death by storm troopers. Witness. March 23rd. Erich Lange, ex-member of the Nazi Protective Corps, Gelsenkirchen, shot by storm troopers. Witness. Frank, member of the Reichsbanner, Worms, said to have committed suicide. Unsere Zeitung. Herbert Pengeretz, worker, Bergstrasse, 78, Berlin, brutally treated and died in hospital. Witness. March 24th. Frau Arbetz, a working woman, Gladbach, shot while trying to escape. TU. Erich Perl, 17 years old, Leipzig, shot in the street after release from a Nazi barracks. Witness. House, retired Social Democratic councillor, found shot in Eichlingshöfen. Frankfurter Zeitung. March 25th. Socialist, Wedding, Berlin, maltreated and died in hospital. Witness. Frau Müller, Aue, Saxony, maltreated, said to have committed suicide. Witness. March 27th. Newman, shopkeeper, Königsberg, beaten and used as target. TU. Grothehenne, telegraph fitter, Braunschweig, beaten to death. Witness. Dr. Max Plaut, lawyer, beaten to death in a Nazi barracks. Witness. Max Balecki, Schöneberg, tortured in Nazi barracks and died in hospital. Witness. March 30th. Fritz Roll, worker, Siemensstadt, found stabbed. WTB. Liebel, Wohlschlager, Skalitzerstrasse, Berlin, murdered and thrown into the river. Witness. Unknown Jew in Oberhessen, hanged by the feet and died. Manchester Guardian. April 1st. Wilhelm Potter, baker, and Karl Gorman, communist worker, Woldenberg, shot while trying to escape. Vossische Zeitung. Wilhelm Dengmann, steelworker, Duisburg, shot in the street. Vossische Zeitung. Unnamed worker, Munich, shot while trying to escape. Münchner Neueste Nachrichten. Fritz Schum, lawyer, Kiel, beaten to death in prison. TU. Pressburger, cattle dealer, Munich, shot, described as suicide. Münchner Neueste Nachrichten. April 2nd. H. Wertheimer, Kehl, alleged stroke before arrest. WTB. April 3rd. Paul Jaros, Smith, Limbach, near Chemnitz, shot while trying to escape. Unnamed worker, Augsburg, alleged stroke before arrest. TU. Georg Bell, shot by stormtroop men in Austria. Conti WTB. April 4th. Heinz Basler, Düsseldorf, shot while trying to escape. WTB. Wilhelm Drews, worker, Berlin, found shot. Vossische Zeitung. Dr. Philippsthal, Biesdorf, Berlin, beaten to death. Berliner Tageblatt. April 5th. Renoir, communist councillor, Bonn, shot while trying to escape. TU. Sauer, Zubachwitz, member of Social Democratic Party, beaten to death in concentration camp. Neue Welt. Wilhelm Drews, communist worker, Hamburg, shot in the street. TU. April 6th. Max Niedermeyer, communist councillor, Johann Georgenstadt, Saxony, beaten to death in Zwickau prison. Witness. Kurt Friedrich, communist worker, same town, shot. Witness. April 7th. Hanussen, Berlin. TU. See report. April 8th. Unnamed worker, Neukölln, Berlin, beaten to death by storm troops. Witness. April 9th. Walter Kosch, Hamburg, shot. April 10th. Fritz Engler, hairdresser, no politics, Chemnitz, tortured and killed in the Zeissig forest. Witness. April 11th. Max Ruff, Reichsbanner member, Chemnitz, found shot. TU. Dr. Arthur Wiener, lawyer, Chemnitz, found shot. Frankfurter Zeitung. Alvin Hansbach, communist worker, Friedersdorf, Zittau, shot in prison. TU. April 12th. Benario, a lawyer, Arthur Kahn and Erwin Kahn and Goldman, merchants from Nuremberg, shot while trying to escape. Dachau concentration camp. WTB, Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung. Fritz Kolische, Charlottenburg, tortured in Nazi barracks, died in hospital. Witness. April 13th. Albert Janka, communist member of the Reichstag, alleged suicide. WTB. Gustav Schönherr, worker, Hamburg, tortured to death. Saarbrück Arbeiter Zeitung. April 15th. Spiro, a Jew, aged 17, Berlin, murdered in Nazi barracks in the Hedemannstrasse. Witness. April 16th. Brett Schneider, Sigmar, Saxony, found shot. WTB. April 18th. Bayer, Krefeld, found shot. Vossische Zeitung. Richard Tollet, communist worker, Königsberg, shot while trying to escape. Frankfurter Zeitung. Unknown communist worker, Königsberg, shot while trying to escape. TU. April 19th. Unknown railwayman, Munich, stabbed in the back, described as suicide. Münchner Neueste Nachrichten. Alfred Elker, a Christian, beaten to death by stormtroopers because of his Jewish appearance. Witness. April 20th. Kaminsky, Dortmund, member of anti-fascist league, beaten to death in prison. Witness. April 21st. Fritz Dressel, chairman of communist fraction in the Diet, described as suicide. Münchner Neueste Nachrichten, but reported by witness to have been murdered in Dachau camp. April 22nd. Max Kassel, dairyman, Wiesbaden, shot in his flat. Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung. Solomon Rosenstrauch, merchant, Wiesbaden, shot in his flat. Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung. Paul Pabst, worker, alleged suicide in Nazi barracks, Germania. April 23rd. Kurt Benke, a stormtrooper, Berlin. Angriff. Franz Schneider, anti-fascist worker, Goch, Rhineland, alleged suicide in prison. Vossische Zeitung. Konieczny, communist worker, Olsnitz, Erzgebirge, alleged suicide in prison. Vossische Zeitung. April 24th. Unknown man, Honor Moore, tarred and burnt, alleged suicide. Volkischer Beobachter. Cordes and Son merchants, Wittmund, near Bremen, shot in a pogrom. WTB. April 25th. Mendel Haber, merchant, Dortmund, shot and his body thrown into the river. Dortmunder General Anzeiger. Two unnamed workers, Heil Lippe, found dead. Volkischer Beobachter. Granitza, worker, Königsberg, shot while trying to escape. Nachthaus Gaba. April 26. Willy Plonska, Berlin, found dead. Angriff. April 27th. Erwin Volkmar, Neukölln, Berlin, alleged unpolitical murder, shot in the street. Angriff. April 28th. Unnamed man, Wollenberg, Oberbarnum, shot and burnt. Frankfurter Zeitung. Funk, communist member of the Reichstag, Dortmund, murdered in prison, alleged suicide. Angriff. Fritz Gumbert, communist worker, Heidenau, beaten to death after weeks of torture. April 29th. Unknown man, found murdered near Verneuchen in the Mark. WTB. April 30th. Hackstein, communist worker, Gravenbruch, shot while trying to escape. Konische Zeitung. Andres von Flotow, German nationalist landowner, arrested by Nazis and shot while trying to escape. Kati. And April. Unnamed worker, Ebersdorf, Saxony, and Heinz Goldberg, member of Red Sports Organization, shot in the cellar of Hermann Goering House, Lobau. Witness. May 2nd. Rodenstock, Social Democratic Secretary of the Municipal Workers' Union, and two unknown trade union officials tortured and beaten to death in Nazi barracks in Duisburg. Witness. Danziger, Jewish merchant, Duisburg, attacked by Nazis and so brutally treated that he died. Witness. May 3rd. Dr. Ernst Oberfohren, chairman of German nationalist fraction in Reichstag, found dead in his Kiel house, described as suicide. May 4th. Unnamed member of Stahlhelm, Berlin, shot in Nazi quarters. Saarbrück Bearbeiter Zeitung. May 5th. Simon Katz, worker, Polish citizen, beaten to death. Witness. unnamed man, Potsdam, tied up and thrown into the river. Vossische Zeitung. Spangenberg, communist worker, Bredereiche. Templin, alleged suicide in prison. Vossische Zeitung. Unnamed dye worker, Sagan, alleged suicide, murdered in prison. WTB. May 6th. Unnamed girl, Grossen, found dead. Angriff. May 8th. Dr. Eckstein, leader of Socialist Labor Party, Breslau, tortured to death. WTB. May 9th. Dr. Meyer, Jewish dentist, Wuppertal, mutilated by Nazis and drowned. Witness. Galanowski, worker, Allenstein, shot while trying to escape. WTB. May 10th. Unnamed young worker, member of Red Sports Organization, Wedding, Berlin, murdered in Nazi barracks in the Hedemannstrasse. Witness. May 11th. Biedermann, Social Democratic, member of the Reichstag, Hamburg, described as suicide. Frankfurter Zeitung. Gluckau, communist worker, Berlin, tortured, died in hospital. Witness. May 12th. Sepp Goetz, communist member of the Diet, maltreated and murdered in Dachau concentration camp. Witness. May 13th. Unnamed Nazi auxiliary policeman, Kiel, found shot. He had asked when the government was going to carry out its promises. Frankfurter Zeitung. Henseler, communist worker, Dusseldorf, shot. Germania. May 15th. Dr. Alfred Strauss, Munich, a lawyer, aged 30, German Jew, beaten to death. Witness. Unnamed member, Stahlheim, Berlin, attacked by Nazis and stabbed to death. Witness. Paletti, Schönberg, Berlin, tortured to death. Witness. May 17th. Hermann Riedel, Gladbeck, alleged suicide. Der Tag. Johannes and Wilhelm Barth, Duisburg, beaten to death. Der Tag. May 18th. Unknown man, Berlin, alleged suicide. Vossische Zeitung. Holstein, Grevenbroich, shot while trying to escape. WTB. May 19th. Leonard Hausmann, communist official, shot while trying to escape. In Dachau concentration camp. WTB. May 20th. Arthur Müller, a worker, member of Reichsbanner, beaten to death in Nazi barracks. General Papestrasse, Berlin. Witness. May 25th. Schloss, a merchant, Nuremberg, shot. Witness. May 26th. Groman, an artist, Duisburg, shot by protective corps men in Kalkumer Wood. Witness. May 27th. Franz Lehrberger, Nuremberg, shot while trying to escape in the Dachau concentration camp. Frankfurt Courier. May 29th. Wilhelm Aron of Bamberg, member of Reichsbanner, shot in Dachau while trying to escape. Bamberger Zeitung. End of May. 2 communist workers shot in Siegburg concentration camp. Witness. June 8th. Stormtrooper, Dusseldorf, shot for distributing opposition leaflets. Dortmund. General Anzeiger. June 10th. Karl Lottes, communist worker, shot while trying to escape. WTB. Fritz Kokorenz, a stormtrooper in opposition, found shot in his home, Berlin. Witness. Walter Ernst, found half buried in Hennigsdorf Cemetery, Berlin. WTB. June 12th. Unnamed worker, Essen, shot while trying to escape. TU. June 20th. Walter Kersing, worker, member of German Nationalist Youth Organization, Frankfurt on Oder, shot by Nazis in a dispute. WTB. June 21st. Paul Urban, worker, Brandenburg, alleged suicide in prison. Nachtausgabe. 3 unknown men found dead in a pool with their arms and legs bound at Neustadt near Zwickau. 12 Uhr Mittagsblatt. June 22nd. Altenburg, communist worker, Arnswalde, Neumark, shot while trying to escape. Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung. Schmaus family, father, mother and son, murdered by stormtroopers. Rakowski, worker Kopenik shot by stormtroopers. Johannes Stelling, former premier of Mecklenburg, murdered. Paul von Essen, member of Reichsbanner, Kopenik beaten to death. June 24th, Arthur May, communist official, Aachen shot while trying to escape. Police report Aachen. June 26th, unknown communist worker, Braunschweig, murdered in prison, alleged suicide. WTB. June 29th, Dr. Rosenfelder, lawyer, Nuremberg, murdered in Dachau concentration camp. Witness. End of June. Glasper, local leader of Red Aid organization Elberfeld, Gottschalk, town councilor Otto Datum, communist councilor Elberfeld, murdered shortly after release from concentration camp, body thrown into a river. Erwin Dollar, a young worker found dead, mutilated. Gorsmeyer, Elberfeld, shot by Nazis after arrest and thrown into a pool. Unnamed worker. Elberfeld, found shot in the Bernerstrasse. Unnamed worker, Elberfeld, found shot. All of these Elberfeld murders are authenticated in reports from witnesses. Hunglinger, police officer, Munich. Sebastian Nefsker, Munich. Michael Sigmund, Social Democrat, murdered in Dachau concentration camp. Reports from witnesses. July 1st, Max Margoliner, merchant, Breslau, maltreated in the Brown House during April, died in hospital 2 months later. Witness. July 10th, Joseph Nies, journalist, member of Free Thinkers League, Erfurt. Alfred Knoll, communist official, Jena, unnamed communist worker, Erfurt. All three shot by stormtroopers when the illegal printing press for the Thüringer Volksblatt was discovered. Witness. July 12th. Assmann, member of Reichsbanner, Kopenik, killed in the Kopenik St. Bartholomew's night. Van Tende, communist worker, Essen, political prisoner since October 31, shot while trying to escape. Kati, WTB. Schultz, communist member of Diet, Berlin, died in hospital after maltreatment. Tomps. Fritz Lange, communist worker, Königsberg, lynched. Angriff. Joseph Messinger, communist worker, Bonn, murdered in prison, alleged suicide. Havas Agency. July 14th. Franz Braun, editor of Volkswacht, Stettin, murdered in his cell the day after he was arrested. Conti, WTB. 3 unknown communists, Schwerin, shot while trying to escape on their way to Sonnenberg concentration camp. Vossische Zeitung, unknown communist worker, Stettin, shot. Conti, WTB. Unnamed communist official, Bochum, shot while trying to escape. Vossische Zeitung. July 15th. Speer, a tailor, Berlin, found with his throat cut. Witness. Clara Wagner, typist, Treptow, Berlin, shot. Witness. July 17th. Dr. Wilhelm Schaefer, Frankfurt, ex-Nazi, found shot. Frankfurter Zeitung. July 20th. Unnamed worker, Berlin, found dead at Hirschgarten. Witness. Man, 50 years of age, found dead near Berlin. Witness. Hugo Feddersen, communist worker, Hamburg, murdered in prison, alleged suicide. WTB. Stormtrooper, Obermenzig, near Munich, found shot. He had adopted an opposition standpoint. Conti, WTB. July 24. Erich and Gustav Rudolph, Düringshof, shot while trying to escape. Frankfurter Zeitung. 3 stormtroopers of opposition tendency found shot. Grunwald, Berlin. Witness. Jaskowiak, Nazi of opposition tendency, Leverkusen, shot by a protective corps man in self-defense. Dortmund General Anzeiger. July 29th. Solecki, communist worker, Iserlohn, shot by auxiliary police in self-defense. WTB. Heinrich Fording, communist worker, Coesfeld, thrown from window of police station, Recklinghausen, alleged suicide. WTB. August 1st. 4 workers, Lutjens, Tesch, Wolf, and Müller, executed in Altona. End of Appendix, List of Murders. End of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley.